bitches.
Make the ground shake.
Ayo. Oh, for a second I thought Genshin wasn't gonna work. I bumped the sound, but I'm a bit worried it's a bit loud now. I was like, why is it so soft? Never mind. You know, we want the hardcore music, but we also want to be able to hear, you know, when we get to old age. Anyway, hope everything's working. Welcome, welcome. Ash, who was here before Seribot even, like, woke up. Fucking ace. And Cupcake is here. JP's here. Hi, JP. How's everybody? How was your Wednesday? Alright, let me just... My Discord's not open. Just in case. Just in case. You're not here, Jargon? Oh, okay. Couldn't be here. Couldn't be you. Couldn't be here. Alright, I mean, yeah, plausible. To be fair. Maybe I'm just a simulation. Okay, so I did make my social posts. Oh man, guys, the load shedding wasn't bad, but my computer was acting up, so when I booted it up to try and, like, start stream, it was like, nah, son, not today. And I was like, well, fine. I did make my social posts. Okay. We're good. Meow meow! Anyone seen Joggin? I haven't seen him for a while. Maybe he's missing. Chrome didn't shut down correctly. Don't I know it, girly? Do I not know it? Who dat? We're all at the mercy of your PC, like literally. How you doing, Meow Meow? How's everybody doing? What the fuck are these captions? Okay, it understood me that time, apparently. Anyway. So... I need to do dailies. I think he's some young guy. What? What is that jargon? What did you... What did you even write there, jargon? Looks like a golf ball. Alright, so we'll start with boss kills. I guess. When Mau Mau is ready. Sus? Who's sus? Who are you calling sus? I know you're not calling me sus. I was working on Yai Miko today. Where is it? Ah. Oh, I squished it. It's okay though. So she has these like oh Jesus. She has these like things on her shoes. I'm like, what angle is best to actually see the things? So I made these for her shoesies. And then I started making the bonk stick, and then the electricity went off, and I was like, well, never mind. This is fine. You have load shedding till 8:30. Okay, Mal. Should we do baby kills later then? When you have electrics. You're at Canyon Court today? What the... Is that what the captions are saying? Please don't believe what the captions are saying. It's your favorite cosplayer? Oh shit! Who's your favorite cosplayer? Are they in the chat? Is it someone here? Someone among us? Among us? There's a fungus among us. Imagine getting your ass whipped by a bunch of healers. No, that's fine. I don't wanna. Yeah, Miko's your favorite cosplayer? She's pretty good. Okay, so yeah. We'll do your stuff later, Mao. And then I don't know about big boy runs, but I'll start rallying the troops. That was a mistake. I'll start rallying the troops at about 7 probably. Also depends on what people's load shedding is like. I'm your favorite cosplayer? No ways. No ways. Couldn't be me. Could not be me. But thank you, J-Man. How are you doing? Pato! Ban him. Ban Dan. Ban him.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker. Motherfucking chaos. Pato. You call me that, you just telling me in other words that you wanna boot up your ass. No, I'm joking.
Hello,
4 days until your birthday, Ash. Sheesh. Do you have plans? I turned 30 a little while ago. I didn't really make plans. But I do need to still do a 12-hour stream for y'all. I want to do it on a Friday so I can stay up late and make noise and my neighbors won't have a hairy canary. So I'm thinking this Friday. Oh no, wait, I need to... There was something I needed to do on Friday. Okay, so not this Friday. But next week. Next week is gonna happen. I'm gonna... Where the fuck did the other guy go? Did he die? That's embarrassing. For him, not for me. Just okay. Hi, Damien. What is everyone's favorite holiday? I don't really have a favorite holiday. I guess Christmas, even though I don't celebrate it, I get to spend it with my family, so that's cool. You're turning 19? You're old as fuck, Ash. Damn. Listen, it's already going downhill. Once you hit 18, everything just goes downhill. No, I'm joking. Your birthday's a holiday? Are you Jesus? How would a South African choose with so many? The fuck? Don't let your jealousy show, Joggin. Life happened. Oh, yeah. Listen, the only reason I have any fondness towards Christmas is because of the people I spend it with. So, yeah. And what is yours? Yours is Christmas, J-Man? What do you like about Christmas? My favorite holiday is Halloween because there's no expectations to spend time with relatives. Actually, that's probably the best answer, Mao. Same. Even me. We don't do jack shit for Halloween. So, yeah. Oldie. Coming from you, Dan. Plant Jesus? Okay. I'll take that. We have plant Jesus in our midst, guys. I don't know how we should act. They don't know. Nobody knows. Well, some people know, I guess. Family time? Do you have like a big celebration with like your whole family? So I wasn't too partial to it when I was younger because it was literally the whole family. And I wasn't too keen on a lot of them. But now I spend it with Ray's family. And I love spending time with them, so it feels good, man. Oh no, it's this one. Fuck. Oh, I keep forgetting. I don't have an archer in my team. So I gotta put up with silly shit like this. And then I run out of stamina. Why am I like this? Oh my god. Ah! Darkness. Honestly, I should have done it with Dory, but she's got tiny legs, so it's okay. You liked Christmas because of the people as well, and then life said no. Too busy, and COVID, and feels Christmas, man. It's too early. It's too early. The supermarkets were already decorated months ago. To be like, hey guys, it's Christmas in a few months. Let's celebrate already. Death! Wait, what? Are you Cupcake, were you dead this whole time? Join my plant cult, it's really pog. What do we get if we join those cults? What are the benefits of this cult? Oh, Christmas is the time you get to spend with them? Yeah, that's very nice then. Like I said, I wasn't too partial on it when I was younger. Because my parents got divorced. And so it was like arguing about who gets who for Christmas, and I was just like, I don't get a say. This is cool. I wasn't sure if I closed my door. It looked open and I was like, the spooky spooks are coming in. Mariah Carey is singing. She's striking our eardrums. It is not too early. It's always been there. No. Oh, no. Listen, all the babies born close to Christmas, they deserve a day, okay? Where they don't have to deal with fucking reindeers and snowmen. We don't even get snow here. We don't even get snow here. And I have to compete with fucking snowmen for my birthday. Unfucking believable. Hi, Yaku. Hi, Kira. It is most definitely not morning. It is evening for me, but good morning, Kira. free unpolluted water and oxygen? That sounds like a myth, Ash. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. How could you promise something so big? So unbelievable. So bitter? Me? I could never be. Me salty? Me petty? Nah, couldn't be me, hey? Just move somewhere with snow. I'm gonna fight you, sir. Good and proper. Just can give you matching black eyes. You'll look so pretty. Yeah. I'm good, Kira. How are you? You've been doing the pew pews? Okay, so I don't know why I came here. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, I'm already done with this, so this doesn't matter. None of this matters. I'm saving my raisons so we can go do the boss. Oh, I need to do fucking mushroom shit. Guys, we got disrupted on Monday. I got disturbed from my mushroomness. What did we actually get up to? What do you mean, wow? Would you prefer if I only hit one of them and you only had one black eye? People are gonna ask. If you got both, you can just be like, I don't know, you can make up some bullshit thing and they can't even question it because they've never known anyone who had 2 black eyes. You know, you can avoid detection. Okay, so we got 2 out of 3. Oh my god, wait, you can teleport to the gate. I'm gonna go cry. Why are you hitting me? Because you said just move somewhere with snow. The audacity. I'm plant god, I'll take over all the factories. Oh, I see, Ash. You know what? That actually makes sense. I like this lore that you're building. I like this lore that you're building. And, when you present yourself to people, how do they see you? What do they see? You can pretend to be Panda. Oh my god. With the 2 black eyes. You can cosplay Panda. You have snow. You don't always have snow? Are you sure? Do you just have like green snow? You pretend it's grass. You'll keep me warm? Wait, why do I need to be kept warm? I'm not cold. You color it. You just sprinkle some green shit on it. As long as it's not glitter. Majestic plants? Okay. Don't you think people are gonna find it a little bit weird if a plant starts talking to them? Ooh. Yes, we're going pyro. Big boy pyro mess for this one. Yes, this one. This one. Not sure about this one, but we don't have another healer option. Other fungi that could work here. Probably that one. Never eat yellow snow. I've heard that. Oh, like a slushie? Do you just... you just have like a little... Like one of those little pumps in your yard. And you just... Pss, 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 and then... Just throw it on the lawn. I hope Daddy's not here, so he didn't have to hear that. Anyway. You live where it snows, so you know how to keep warm. Okay, well that's good. That's good. The most I've seen in my life... Dan. The most I've seen in my life is like sleet. And it was mushy and gross. And that was about it. Yellow snow is lemon flavor? Oh, it's not pineapple or banana flavored. I don't want it. I do not want it. Ooh. Oof. That's so nice, man. It's actually quite nice, the tank's ability, because the tank's ability also pulls the stuff in. So while I'm waiting for the cooldown. And these guys just sitting there by themselves? You guys wanna join the fight? Do you wanna get your asses in here? Oof. That sucks. Anyway. You join my cult, I can purify the air. Hell yeah. If a plant starts talking to me, I'll assume I'm high as fuck. Oh shit. Oh, did I miss it? I missed it. Whoops. And that guy? He's just vibing in the corner there by himself. He's like, nah, I'm good over here, thanks. Thank you, but no thank you. Hey, these mushrooms are a mess at the moment. Definitely my fault though. Okay, let's hit this guy first, and then we can go up to the other ones. Please and thank you. You all done? Okay. Man, it's not easy doing Pokemon battles with mushrooms. Skill... Oh, it said the limit was reached and I was like, what the fuck? Joining is free and you don't need to sign in. Oh, I like that. Oh, Dan, what have you done? Y'all fuckers take all our A-grade fruits. Yeah, it's true. Oh gosh, did I miss anything else? Lemon flavored snow. Disgusting. Blech. You need to sign up papers. Leave the mushrooms to Mario. Yeah, this is like a Pokemon thing more than anything else. I wonder if they would do some kind of like side-scrolling mini event, because I don't think we've had something like that. I think it could be really fun. Because Ray has that in Lost Ark. They have like mini games sometimes, and one of them is basically like a platformer. I would play that game if it didn't require so much time investment, because holy damn. This already childs like my whole day. Electro and Whopper. Fuck. Dan, by the way, I'm not watching that clip. I know exactly what I said. It still haunts me. I'm still thinking about it. I don't want to... I want to erase that from my memory. This one could be good. Paper Cult is protecting trees too. Ah, yes, send an email. Send an email instead. Boom. Boom, bitches. This guy got bubbled. Oh, man. Oh, there we go. Noise. Man, every time I send the heal out, I'm just like hoping it hits the plant. It doesn't. Fuck. Or telepathy. I mean, if that's amongst your skills, then sure, why not? It's for me. Oh, there we go. Okay, I should have done that before. The cooldowns feel so long this time. I don't know why. The audacity. Why he no get pulled in, bro? That's some bullshit. Okay. Yeah, picking fire wasn't the greatest idea here. I'm not gonna lie. Oh my god. He's getting his shit kicked in royally. You can't swap them out, hey? One of them would have to die. This is fine. And we still have more to kill as well? Oh my god. I might have to redo this one, actually. To be honest. This was, no good. Aren't you guys attacking him? Oh yeah, I definitely need to redo this one. Hi, Hassan! Hello, hello, how are you? And this is the last one as well, goddamn. GG's, Jargon, GG's. Gosh, that one took ages. I still got it. Is that the highest one? Shit, man. Japan and Germany? Oh, man. I've had so many people ask me about the football, and I'm like, I don't watch football. And that's where the conversation ends, because what else am I supposed to say? It was hype, you almost broke the TV. You don't need to give your parents more reasons to whoop your ass, Hassan. Please don't be breaking the TV. Japan won? No ways. That's cray cray. Are they really good at football? Okay, we definitely want fire here. I think... Ooh. Actually, yeah, we can do like so. Yeah, I think that'll be good. More reason to disown you? Oh no. Oh no. Make this bitch burn. Wait, let's come here.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker. Toto! Hello, hello. Yeah, more than anything, these little guys are a pain. Let's, take care of them. Yo, this one's tough. It's because of the little guys, though, to be fair. Because the big guy wasn't attacking as much. Okay, now he is.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello. Hi, Daddy. How you doing? What's poppin'? Don't mind me, just watching. No worries, Daddy. I hope you're having a good day.
Would you like a cup of water?
Ah! Because you look thirsty as fuck right now. Do I? I look thirsty. Look at that score. No! Dan, what is this ultimate betrayal? Okay, I finished my juice. Someone ban Dan for me, please. Exclamation ban. Toto, are you joining us for boss kills tonight? It's fine, just delete Daddy and delete Dan, both of them. I'm doing good, Toto. How are you? Any more art? Any more art for us? Okay, this was embarrassing. I need to figure this one out. Fucking 800, bro. Not even 4 digits. Blah! Okay, undeniably need that guy. But maybe we can do like so. I think we need more of a disrupt, so if we can... maybe we don't need this guy. This guy has a knock-up, I think. I've never tried freeze, actually. Stop them from attacking. I don't know how well. Yeah, let's give it a try. Oh, I forgot to put a support one. God damn it. Why am I like this? Oh wait, I didn't bring the Hydra one. I'm an idiot. Do I just restart now, or do I... I'm gonna restart it. It's okay. Drink the Red Bull? No. I need to reduce my my caffeine intake. It's been a bit too high. I've been having heart palpitations again. Zaxby commercial? Wait, what's Zaxby? Might get called away. Alright, no worries. You'll just let me know, Toto. What the hell is Zaxby? No new artworks? You're hard at work? Oh. I was just asking out of interest. No pressure, of course. No pressure. I'm just interested. What did we go with? Like so, because you want freeze. Worst case, we do zip zaps. Yeah? Is anyone in EU help me collect Geoculus? I mean, I can't currently. For obvious reasons. Let me attack, man. There we go. I don't know why that was so fucking hilarious. Guys, please relax. For realsies, not for play. Relax. Take it easy. Oh yeah? Guys, that's how you do it. Priest team superior. Anyway. Was it because you didn't want me to clip the... No, like it was everything about what I said. I was just like, Daddy would love this. It was the entire thing. I was just like, the moment I finished speaking, I was like, why did I say that? I had a big old helping of regretty spaghetti. You haven't shown me Genshin fan arts? Listen, Toto, if you have art and you want to share with us, go for it. There's the art channel, or more specifically, if you want to share in the Genshin channel as well. You are welcome. You don't understand? We were talking about coloring snow. I was teasing Dan because he lives like at the North Pole. And I was like, y'all don't have grass, you just color the snow in the summer. You don't think that was something you would have clipped? Okay, that's fine if you don't agree. That's also fine. Okay, I have done all the small parts of the mushroom event. I still need to do a big part though, which I'm not looking forward to, honestly. You're gonna post on our channel. Fantastic. Fantastic. Thank you, Toto. I can't wait to see it. I don't have much artistic talent myself, so... I can have the ideas, but it's the execution that I can't. The brain don't work that way, unfortunately. So that's why I just get other people to do it for me. I'm just like, hey, I have this idea. If I throw money at you, can you do it? Oh man, the whole of Sumeru's music is insane. My favorite, it's like in this area that I am now. Okay, so I assume the rest of this currency is for the free Dory. There we go. Incomplete! God damn it. Okay, so I think I have to do this now. So I have to go battle her. Fuck. Oh, it's this thing. Okay, cool. Let's go. Do the thing. Don't be offended. Toes. Daddy, no! Your friends call you Toe? Oh, no. Imagine doing the mushroom event. Hassan, are you a high enough level to do the mushroom event? I mean, listen, Daddy, I feel like we're generally on different pages with things. Level shaming? Couldn't be me. Listen, not me, the person who tries to encourage every person to play this game. Could never be me. I would never shame someone for their level. I will tease Hassan though, because he keeps downloading the game, not playing it, and then deleting it to play another game, so... Oh, if anyone on EU wants to go help Ash. Ash needs some Geoculus. What exactly do you need help with? Like finding them, Ash? Or... You're stuck on 25? Do you know why you're stuck? It sucks to be stuck, it does, yeah. Hi Sid, how are you doing? It sucks to suck? It does suck to suck. What do you mean no, Hassan? The Archon quest, that's like the main story, Hassan. You should be doing that. So you're on the right page. Hime! Hi. How are you doing? Such a cutie. Are you back home now, Haruka? Why does this story look incredibly familiar? Anyway. Yeah, I'm doing good. I'm just hoping that my electricity stays on today. Okay, this guy's just talking about the Pokeballs that we use to catch the mushrooms. You still have jet lag? Oh. Yeah. I've only ever flown to the UK, which is literally just up, and then I came back down. It was barely a time difference, but it was like a 14-hour flight, and that shit fucked me up. I felt so garbage. Like, when I got back to South Africa, I felt like death. But I've never changed, like, time zones, really. Getting to them if you're high up is stuck behind... Oh, behind enemies. Yeah, that one does suck. 70 out of 131. Do you know what you can do, Ash? Because there's like 4 nations now, You don't even need to get all of the ones in a particular area to get the max stamina. So I would say don't like stress yourself out too much unless you just want 100% the one area, you know? You thought it was a side quest? When you gonna fly to Jordan? I don't have money for that, Hassan. I don't have money to just randomly fly to places. I wish I did though, that would be really nice. What did I want to check now? Oh, Hassan, for your quests, you want to, as much as possible... Okay, this is my Archon quests, I have none. You want to do the Archon quest. If you can't, for whatever reason, if it's like the character's busy with something else, then you go and do that one thing. You like read the text and see what it says, and then you go do that. Otherwise, story quests, these are like side things. Like events, character stories, that kind of shit. And then commissions, that will be every day. The other thing you can do is the world quests, which it'll give you experience. If the problem is that your level is not high enough, you can go do that to give you some AR experience. Sumeru doesn't give stam. Even Sumeru doesn't give what? For realsies, not for play. You should see my quest log. Oh no, you're not playing anymore? Okay, so do I just... So I have to have this one. That's kind of bullshit. This guy's got an ice. What the hell? 8 hours, 34 minutes. Oh my goodness. 12 hours? What, from Jordan? From Jordan to New York? All 4 ports almost OST songs give me a hug. Yeah, they're really good. It's definitely some of the best. 14-hour flight really killed me. You've had I can't read. Back and neck pain since. Fuck. Yeah, no, it is rough. 14 hours. I remember because I have some problem with my knees. I was old when I was young as well, and so my knees, just my knees, swelled up insanely, and I was in so much pain the entire flight, and there was nothing that I could do about it. I just had to suck it up and try to sleep. It was really, really terrible. Still playing, just can't motivate myself to do all my quest backlog. How long some of them are. Oh my goodness. No, do you know what you need to do? If you have more than one screen, you have the game up and you watch something else. Done. If you want to know the story, go watch someone else's playthrough. Oh, from Jordan? Yeah. When I start working and get paid. We're gonna be old by the time that happens, son. But yes, you must definitely visit. Haven't played much though with Pokemon. Definitely, you tried to log in for Welkin and dailies at least. Your left leg knee is broken. Oh my goodness! Not now. Currently, I hope it was broken. It's healed now, hopefully. Hi, Chris. Wait, where's Yoda? Yoda. Someone call the police. Yoda's missing. Out on all this fun we're having. Hey, you're only old when you're 65. Yeah, that's old. Bloom aggro? Aggravate? I can't word, guys. You need to talk to him really urgently. Okay, Mao, don't crap yourself, please. Can you message him on Discord? How urgent is it? Do I need to ping him? I see he's not online on Discord. What the fuck is this event? It's literally Pokemon. It is literally Pokemon. It's just like kind of weird Pokemon, if I can explain it that way. Edited to old age people too. Wait, what? Why are you what are you editing? Dagobah? In a swamp? Wait, what? Where's oh, that's where Yoda is? You might have a job for him? Oh. Well, definitely if you can DM him, maybe. If you can't DM him, maybe okay, relax. This is gonna be over so fast. Don't blink or you'll miss it. The audacity. They edited the ages thing for when you go to a hospital. Oh, okay, interesting. I can't even tell what's going on here. It's just like a clusterfuck of mushrooms at the moment. Why she just get to stand still? I have to run around and collect these little shits. That's some A-grade bullshit right there. Did I just thrashed 2 mushrooms for the price of 1. Get him, boys. It's okay, we still got this. She was literally on her last leg. Pokemon who? Not gonna lie, it is actually quite fun. It is quite fun. We all have skill issues. Yeah, I have the most skill issues. I can't read and I can't word. So like, you know, streaming is very difficult for me because I have to do both of those things. Bongo head supremacy, yeah. Depends where in the hospital. If you go to maternity ward, you might be considered old. Listen, I hope you don't need to go to maternity ward if you are 65. Please and thank you. I know technology and medicine has come far, but it's not that far. Anybody want some room temperature Coke? Are you saying you want to have a try at fighting? You can have a baby. Yes, you can have a baby. Oh, it's everywhere? I think in South Africa... Hey, it's my girl! I love Layla. No, I'm so sad I don't have her. No worries, Toto. Oh, I actually wanted to... We can maybe look at... So Toto said be right back now. So maybe when Toto's back, we can look at doing... Yeah, icons. Jargon, I cannot. I cannot. Ito is around the corner. Pepsi? Pepsi is better. Pepsi supremacy. Listen, we used to drink Pepsi, but Ray bought some alcohol a while ago that he drinks specifically with Coke. I don't know if it would be the same with Pepsi. Have you looked? They're so good. Her cons are. Do you know why I know they're good? Because Ray and I were looking at them. Do you know why? Because Ray got 2 Yae Mikos. Bro. You taught English. You tricked me into believing you were a linguist. How are you doing, Chris? Listen, if I'm getting paid to English, then I can do it. But if I'm just conversing with people, then yeah. Sorry, you guys got the free version. This is not like the paid English. This is the free English. It's not good. You got a double Yaya and a 10 pull on her first banner? No, not really. Come on, man. Poor Jargon, he's like... He's having a moment here. Bully. He's getting bullied because people got Yaya and he don't. Tango? Okay, we don't have Tango here. You got freeway English? Yeah, I was really terrible today, actually. I sat the whole day and didn't speak to anyone, so like, the brain is no worky. Are we feeding the fungi now? What's going on? You consider going for C2 this banner? Skara, Haitam, Baiju, yeah. There's... Yeah. There's too many things. Ito's coming up. So that's why I can't. It's Ito and then Baiju later. I heard that Yao Yao was gonna be on All High Times banner and I'm just like, bro, give me a break. Come on, man. When you start drinking, you feel drunk. Oh, like tipsy? You're just gonna get Layla. Oh no, Ash! Don't do it. Don't do it. Come on, guys. Chinese Paimon is so cute. Imagine the English version of that. I think it's awful. Candace and Layla? Oh, please. How perfect would that be? No, don't lie to us, though. Because I don't have Candace or Layla. Don't lie to me. Haruka, I would take that with a pinch of salt. I don't know. You're manifesting. Okay, manifest for us, please, because I don't have Candace or Layla because I had to skip their banners. I skipped banners for Nahida, and now I'm skipping banners for Ito. As much as I would like a con on Yai, I don't think I should. I think I'm putting all of my resources into C6 Ito. It's C6 or depression. Those are my options. C6 or depression. You have all 4 stars. You need to keep it that way. The way I see it is like I'll get them eventually. It's not like I'm gonna stop playing Genshin tomorrow, yeah? So like it will happen when it happens. I really wanted Layla, but I got 4 stars and now your pity's too high. You need to save. You see, that's smart. That's smart, Yume, because if you try, guaranteed or not, the game would be like, oh, okay, here, take the character that you don't want or don't need. Because, like, yeah, maybe you lose the 50-50, but are you really gonna risk it? Paimon English sounded better at the start of Genshin. She did! She's way too squeaky now. It's grating. It is. That is why I don't play in English. But I do also really like the voice acting in Chinese. Even though I don't understand what they're saying, it's nice to listen to. And Paimon's cute as hell. Tell me the Chinese voice for Paimon is not hella cute. Paimon just talks too much to play it in English. I can't. Bonus of their mouths matching with the words. Do they? This is actually so cute. You also like the Chinese. What language do you normally play in? Hime? I sometimes play in Japanese as well. I'll have to look next time it's like Sinbin. It does match! Wow! Dubbing problems! Couldn't be me. Could not be me. Can't relate. Sometimes. Oh, you also changed too. You changed it to Japanese. Japanese is also really good. Chinese matches Zhongli so well. Yeah. Ito and Chinese. Oh, the Chinese VA for Ito is amazing because he also voices Ushi, but he voices Ushi in all of the languages, so Ushi's multilingual. Japanese Zhongli drive you crazy? Want to tell the man to blow his nose? Why? Does he sound congested? I'm actually not too sure. Also, Toto, thank you for the lurkies. Ito's happy birthday is just amazing. So, I know the English one, but I don't know if I've heard the... He sounds sick. I don't know if I've heard the... Where is it under? I almost never go look at these things. Where... It wouldn't be under here, right? It's here somewhere. Birthday!
今天是个重要的日子，我特意把弟兄们支开了，不然他们肯定要说我偏心。来，看看，我给你准备的生日礼物可是最高规格的， 抓了3天3夜才抓到的特级鬼斗虫1只，大战了300回合赢来的绝版卡牌1张。哦，还有本大爷亲自演唱的生日歌1首。祝你生日快乐，祝你生日快乐。
Oh my gosh. I didn't know he sang for you. That's so cute. Gonna sing like this for Jenny's parents. Oh my goodness. Sucrose's birthday is a day before mine. I don't know if there's any characters who have to have a birthday near mine, but I think Cookie's is pretty close. Cookie-chan. No, she's not at all. Who was it? There was someone's birthday was really close to mine. Kaching's is pretty close. Oh, I got excited for a second because I saw this and I was like, hey, that's my birthday. Never mind. Never fucking mind. Of course it's my birthday because that's what I set it as. Oh, Sucrose is pretty close, actually. English VA does a rap. Yes, actually, the English... Okay, well, to be fair, all of the voice actors, every single voice actor for Ito is great. So, that doesn't even count, you know? Oh, I accidentally opened Steam. When did that happen? And I just did it again. I'm so glad. Sucrose, yeah, Sucrose is really close. You share a birthday with Tyona? Really? Oh, Tai-Tai's birthday is next month. That's nice. We don't get to celebrate Nahida's birthday with her this year. His birthday's on New Year's Eve? I kind of like that, though. Look, we missed her birthday by, like, a couple days or something. Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni. Welcome, homies. Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Shannon, thank you for the raid. How was your stream? What were you up to today? You were playing Potion Permit. You love that raid song? I'm so glad. I'm so glad. I hope it gets stuck in your head and you just think about it randomly. But yeah, how was your stream? Did you have fun, Shannon? Welcome, welcome, raiders. Daddy! Who's this person named Daddy that you brought along? What a strange name. Yeah, welcome, welcome, raiders. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Nat or Tato. I'm a variety streamer from South Africa. I just recently went full-time streamer, so that's cool and all. I also do cosplay, and I'm currently preparing my Yaimiko cosplay for a shoot this Sunday, which I'm really excited about. So yeah. He's a sussy baka. He's only the sussiest of bakas. Goddamn. Mac and cheese? No? Is that an actual thing that people eat, Daddy? I just really like the song. Who are you shooting with? Some fucking nerd named Mao. Mao Kami-sama. Y'all just jealous you can't be sussy like me. Some nerd. We're sharing the brain cell today, apparently. If it's a song, it must be made. Are you gonna make it, Daddy? You'll have to tell me what it's like. You're gonna have to make it and tell us what it's like. Take pictures as well. Sounds like an asshole. What the heck? You can't just say that about my friends. Can someone just ban Mao for me, please? I feel like we were talking about something before and I just completely spaced. Fucking chaos. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for coming through on the raid. You literally can't ban Mao. You can though. Look. Mao banned himself. He's got me covered. Make it for the boyfriend? Listen, he loves mac and cheese. But I don't know if I should mess with the recipe. You don't mess with a good thing. Makami is the captions fucking with me again. You're thinking about it? I'm only thinking about it because I'm like, would he eat it? I don't know. Sussy chaos? Yeah, we've got Daddy and Dan together. Sussy chaos. Sounds about right. But also Shannon, what was that game about? What was it called? Potion Permit? Do you have to make potions? Do you sell them? Your raid message is cute. The butchers are here to play. It's kind of scary. Cause what do butchers do as play? You're just here to murder my people. Makami's your brother. Oh, Daddy, that sounds terrible. Do you get a permit? Yeah, do you have to like sell them? Is that what you need a permit for? It's like selling drugs and alcohol. A chemist and healing a town that hates you? Okay, that actually sounds quite interesting. So basically you want to, as much as possible, not make them hate you more. You got another ad, Daddy? Oh my goodness. Someone eating Velveeta. Mac and cheese. That's like the most targeted ad. That is the most targeted ad, Daddy. Oh my goodness. Please change your name. It's kind of like Animal Crossing in Stardew Valley.
Would you like a cup of water?
Cause you look thirsty as fuck right now. You drink water too. Y'all gonna make me drink water. You drink water too. I've actually got water today. I've had to reduce my caffeine intake, so we've got actual water for a change. Water is for toilets? How rude. How could you say that? I am now a toilet. I'm gonna change my name. Natato. Natato. Toy-tato. I don't know how we can make that work, but it's okay. We'll figure something out. We already have a Toileto-chan, so I can't be Toileto-chan. Natato Toileto. I am the toilet now. Oh, and it's fridge water as well, so it's cold as hell. I prefer room temperature water. Room temperature water here is pretty warm as well. If you guys have not had water today, please have some. Or at least have some kind of liquid. I had a whole lot of tea today, because I can't drink coffee. Toileto? Natato Toileto? Oh my god, you want Yaya to electrocute you? Same. Ray would probably say the same. No, he loves her. He's like, she's my new main. C1, Kagura's Verity, let's go. Man is just casually flexing on me all the time. Daddy needs to go eat actual food. Has Daddy not eaten today? Wait, I don't know what time it is for him. It's like 20 past 7 for me, so... I have eaten today. I don't know where I was going with that sentence, but I just felt the need to inform you all that I have in fact eaten today. Twice. I had 2 meals. He's been awake for 7 hours with no food. Thank you. I deserve the head pats for eating. 7 hours no food. Okay, listen, I'm not one to talk actually because I took a while to eat as well. I think I... Okay, not 7 hours. Not quite as bad as Daddy, but I, Oh, no. I don't want to fight that guy. Sorry, I was just trying to pick the apples. Leave me alone. Mistakes were made. How far are we going? Oh, no, we're going fuck far. I'm not running all the way there. Goddamn. I was about to say as a joke, but now I'm just like, no, wait, don't say that. I was going to say I should start a playthrough of Genshin where you don't use any teleports and you just have to run everywhere, but I was like, no, wait. That's a terrible idea. Don't do that. Imagine. Hi, Pocahontas! Do you wanna join us again for boss fights? Did you know that if you spin Coridon around in a circle, he gets dizzy? And yes, I actually did know that because Ray told me. We were busy evolving our Pomos. The other day. That would be horrible. How would you get to and from Inazuma? Kaya. Shannon. Simply, very simply Kaya. You'd have to ice bridge your way there every time. This music though. Slaps. You are gonna join us? Okay, perfect. Pocahontas, are you on the Discord? You don't have to join, but I'll start sending out reminders. Technically starting from next week. So if you are on the Discord, you can get a reminder to say like when we're doing the boss fights. They give us 2 options here, but really there's only one option. Which boss fights? So... Hold on. Layla's so cute, man. I love her. People who sign up for reminders get a free sub to my OnlyFans. Oh, yeah? Do I get one, even though I'm not signed up for the reminder? Anyway, so you don't have to join the Discord. Yeah, I keep forgetting my stream deck is broken for some reason. Just one thing is not banning Noah for self-promotion. If you want to join, you don't have to. It's just that I will be sending out reminders starting next week. So if anyone does want to join, like if you want to join in with the boss fights. So Hime, we play on EU, so that's the only thing. I don't know which server you play on, but we do the boss fights on EU. I do baby runs. Technically we do it at 6:30, which was an hour ago. But I'll be doing it later with Mao. And then we do what I call the big boy runs, which is people who are world level 8. Depending on how many people we get together, we just split up the groups or whatever. And for the big boy runs, we do the last 3 bosses. So we do Redacted, we do Raiden, and Signora. If someone needs something else, then we can do it as well. But it's typically just like the last 3 bosses. If there is space, yeah. Do you play on EU as well, Hime? I don't know why I would have thought you'd play on NA instead. But yeah, we play on EU. So if you got an EU account and you want to join, what's your AR? You have NA, Asia, and EU? Damn. Top 000. You don't need the promo. I'm just doing y'all a favor. Oh, Noah. 56, but you're weak? Yeah, that's no worries. That's no worries. That's why we all play together, to help each other. But let's see. Layla's so adorable. I need to be strong. Orath Segura. Did I say that right? I don't know. Thank you for the follow and welcome to the posse. Do you play Genshin Impact? Little one? Is it me? Am I the little one? Prove it for science. Ooh. Are we getting free content? Jargon's trying to find a way to get free content. Chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna. Chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Welcome, homies. Hey, chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Welcome, welcome.
Excuse me.
Guys, this is actually really cool. So I actually met Rick earlier today because I got raided into his channel. Oh, thank you so much for the raid there, Rick. All right, there we go. Shouty outies have been done. I know you were playing Genshin because I was there earlier. But how was the rest of your stream? Did you have a good time? Chilling with the homies. Thank you, Jason Todd, for the follow. Welcome to the posse. Thank you for coming through on that raid. Welcome, everyone. My name is Nat or Tato. I'm a variety streamer from South Africa. I recently went full-time streamer. And I'm also a cosplayer. Yeah, I need to work on my introduction because honestly, it's a little bit messy. But yes, welcome, everyone. Rick sent us here to lurk. Oh, that's adorable. The little Sino emotes. Pike for life. Is that your name? Can I call you Pike? And Orithis Gora. I don't know how to read your name. I'm just like looking at it like where's the break in the word? But anyway, yeah. Thank you again so much for the raid, Rick. Did you have a good time? I'm busy trying to catch up. I'm a little bit behind on the mushroom stuff. So I'm getting that shit done at the moment. And we'll be doing boss fights probably once I'm out of this dialogue. Hopefully I'm not stuck for another half hour. Because that would be terrible. Aura? Okay, Aura. Perfect. I can do Aura. Don't forget to like... like, subscribe, follow, share, comment, guys. This is now a YouTube. This is now a YouTube video. I should join the posse for free on the 27th because it's my birthday. You see, if I did that for you, Ash, I would have to do it for everyone else, and then it's a little less special. Hiro, hello, how are you? Oh shit, wait, is that the... No, there's still more. This is fine. Free bands. We give out free stuff on birthdays. Thank you for the mod love there, Shannon. free bands on your birthday. You don't even need to stir any shit. Just come into the chat, tell us it's your birthday, we'll ban you for free. Can you set a timer? Can you set a timer for bans? Like, can you ban someone for a day and then they get released from jail? Speedrun the events? Yeah, basically. I mean, it's not too bad. So, I did all of this stuff. So, all of this is done. Did I claim the rewards for this? I did. Okay, so all of this stuff is done. I just need to do the championship thing. So that might take me a little while to get through, but it's okay. Wait, why is there an exclamation? Oh, she got defeated. Hell yeah. Now I'll go on to the next one. Okay. Isn't that called timing out? That is true. That is true. Mod love for the free bans. Only on your birthday, though. Can I ban child from life? What the heck? Can you show me when this event ends? This event ends in... Oh, shit, 4 days? Okay, well, I better get my shit together. You gotta speedrun it. Thank you for the Loki's hero. Alright, who is around for boss kills? Big boy runs. Who is here for big boy runs? I'm gonna need to get some res on, maybe. Do I have... Oh, wait, I wanted to show you guys something. It was in the inner zoomers. Where was it? where you can block people IRL. Listen, Hero, I dreamed of that growing up. I was like, oh, I wish I could block this person IRL. Let's have Kokomi out because she's tonky. I don't know how quickly I can do this. No, this one. Cannot deploy here. Fuck you, buddy. Oh yeah? Oh yeah, oh yeah? I'm trying to look for the thing that has the most. Boop it! Boop it! Ayo! Free! Guys, this is how you do it. Don't need to attack it. Let this bad boy do it for you. Anyway. Who else am I allowed to ban on my birthday? Wait. Banning privileges is for the mods only. You can ban. don't ban yourself though. Aura are you on EU? So we do the boss battles. Big boy is weekly bosses. So big boy just refers to the people that are world level 8. So if you're world level 8 and you're on EU, you can join us for the boss kills. I'm benched till you need me, just say when. It's a rather scary episode. I do remember that one, Hero. But I did see your message as well earlier. Sorry to hear that you are just hanging in there. How about no? No. How about fuck no? How about not a chance in hell? No. Absolutely not. I don't remember what that was about, but yeah, that's a good one. I need to just go buy that reusable bitch, or that refreshing bitch. Haruka, I might need to make... Aura's in your... Is Aura your friend? Fuck yeah. Oh, perfect. Okay. Let me just buy my shit. Because I... That's not the button I wanted to press, but I might as well press it since I'm here. Make me exempt from bans. I mean... You kind of are, because you're my child, so... No, guys, can I stop clicking on the wrong thing? Focus for a second. Focus. Okay, I already bought it. Oh my god, why am I like this? Anyway, you told him about me. Thank you, Pocahontas. Yeah, we can all go murder some bosses together. Alright, if anyone does want to add me... Haruka-chan. Mahime. Alright. Apologies to some of my friends. I am going to remove some people. Hina, I assume that's Hina Yuki. You see, I'm getting to that point where it's like all people I know. And I'm like, shit. Do I remove Crab? Crab hasn't been online in so long. But I also feel bad. God damn. I'm just like looking, I'm like, who are these, who are the people that... It's either people I know, or it's like people I've had as a friend since forever. And I'm just like, man. I might be giving Crab the boot. Where's Crabbo? Sorry, Crabbo. Remove me? Dan, I don't have you. What do you mean? What do you mean? You can remove me? No. Not happening. I was thinking of my Asia, so you can't join. You're 52. So if you want, we're doing Baby Run later, but Baby is like a bit lower than you. Baby, I think Mao's world level is 5. Otherwise, I can always help you later. You gotta go have dinner, Shanna. No worries. Enjoy. Thank you again so much for the raid. Hi, Frag. Hello. All right. Let us focus. Yoda Man's Mao was looking for you earlier. Did he get into contact with you? We're gonna go to Senora first. So, whew, almost got deleted. No, Misaki, I wouldn't delete you. If you're offline for more than a couple months, like if I keep looking at your name, I'm like, this person really doesn't play anymore. Then yeah, then we'll have words. You want a slapper? Who are you slapping? What the heck? Okay, whoever joins, joins. Big boys, if you are world level 8, get on in here. I don't know if more people need to add me, or if you can just join. But whoever is available, whoever wants to join. My buttons are not working. Let's see. Is it just Genshin? Is it Genshin add? Lol. Imagine not knowing your commands. You need a Quaxley? No, someone on my server was saying that they're gonna trade some of the starters if you need. Yeah. Anyone want to join for bosses? The first couple of bosses, well, the bosses we'll be doing now. We're gonna do Senora. We'll do Raiden. I always forget her fucking name. Electro Mommy, and then we'll do Electro Baby. You joining, Yoda? Okay, perfect. There's Ash and Aura. Aura. I think. So this one, level 35? Who's the level 35? Oh wait, that's Ash? Okay. I'm gonna have to make another space then. Oof. Oof. Papa T, please, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Papa T. I can always refriend him at another point. You're Ashley? Yeah, that's why I was confused. I was like, wait a second. But this is Ash. This is baby Ash. And Reese is Summer. I don't know if Reese is gonna play again. Axe? Okay, I'm giving Axe the axe. Bye, Axe. Sorry, Axe. There we go. Okay, perfect. And then Ash as well. I'm like at cap for friends. I hate it here. You're Ashley? Is that your name, Noah? Is that your real name? So I'm just gonna change, just so I know. Okay, I already know this is Pocahontas though, so like that one's not gonna be an issue to remember. But I just wanna write it here. So, Aura, oh shit. Sorry. Oh, I can't write the whole thing. I'm just gonna write Aura then. Aura is fine. Sorry. Yeah. And then Ash is Ash, okay. You have like 4 or 5 friends. Mine is like chock-a-block full. Alright, you can try again, sorry. Hi, Demon Wolf. You'll lurk while working on your model. No worries, Hime. I'm excited to see though. Short for Ashley Heifer. Did I read that correctly? I have no idea. You're friendless, Frag? I can make a space for you if you're on EU. If you Who else is joining? Yoda said he was logging in, right?
Ashley Aether.
Ashley Aether. You'll join in a bit, you're just chatting to Mal? Okay, let's see. Does anybody else want to join for boss kill? You just need to be world level 8. That's exactly right. Oh, perfect. You're still too small. Let the regulars keep it for now. Aw, Frag. I have a lot of people who are inactive. People like who don't log in. So that's why I don't mind like giving those people the boot. Plus, it's like a lot of them are people just that I know, so I would be able to just re-add them, you know, if they do play again. World level 1? You'll get there, Frag. Jargon, I don't know if you want to come slap her as well. Okay, Jargon, should we do the next one? You can join for the next one. Sorry. Yoda's being a dingaling. Potato god. Oh shit, I'm the god of potatoes.
Would you like a cup of water?
Cause you look thirsty as fuck right now. Do I? But thank you. Too many friends. Goddess of potatoes. Oh yeah. Hi Zix. Hello, hello. How are you? Jargon? Oh my goodness. Goodbye. Jargon, get in here. Chao, Zhao, and Ito. I'm doing good. No, it's too late. He said it's Jargon's turn. Goodbye. Sorry, Jargon. Your auntie lives near potato fields? Oh my goodness. She sneaks in at night to steal potatoes. Is that real? Noah, please tell me that's real. Okay, so... I think maybe Zhao could be a good one. Mikasa says flexible. So, yeah. Pixu. Who you bringing, Pixu? Change my name to Plant God? Actually, yes. Where's my character? I don't know if you want to bring Kokomi. And then... They grew squash near my house. During growing up, we used to steal them all the time. Oh my god. Degenerates. Degenerates stealing other people's vegetables. Unbelievable. You gonna go play games? No worries, Demon Wolf. Have a lovely, lovely evening. Plant God. Check. Alright. Oh yeah? Aura's got Kokomi as well. So I guess Jargon can go whatever then. Either way. As long as I stay alive, that's that's the only thing I care about. If I can just stay alive, that would be really nice. It's not necessary. It's not necessary at all. I don't have to stay alive. But yeah, you guys can pick Kokomi, Barbara, Chi-Chi, and Cookie. Imagine, just go healer comp. You need Pixu. You need to play with your Nahida. Bring Nana. Did your Nana do damage? Did I miss anything else? Sorry. Yoda needed to go do something? Alright. We're going Nana? I love this comp. I love Nahida and Yaya together. I'm stuck in the cutscene. Fuck this shit. I'm getting one of you guys to host next time. Are you gonna make this house a home? Or maybe no energy. Oh yeah? Oh yeah? Ooh. Fucking spicy meatballs. Where's them bugs? Oh! If you guys see the bugs, grab them. Oh! Ow! Oh! That got way too spicy. There we go. If anyone what? Don't move, don't move, don't move. Ooh. I can't see shit. This woman. I hate her so much. Just stand still. Just stand still. That's all you have to do. Just stand still and die. I know Toto also need. Oh, guys, that was close. Very nicely done. The lion, the witch, and the audacity of this bitch. She moved again. Unbelievable. Oh. Okay. Scrub Lord. If anyone dies, you have to gift a random sub. Oh, what the heck? I reject that because I died. Oh, simply because I died. You had 191? Oh man, I was trying to read the chat. My focus was elsewhere. My focus was gone. Gonzos. Another fucking dream solvent. God damn. Get good, hun? Oh my gosh. The audacity of this boy. Ban him. Alright, okay, next Bosu. So normally for this one I'll go freeze. But I'm kind of tempted to try Yaya here. Because that comp was actually pretty fun. Imagine dying as Zhao. Did you die, Aura? Did you die? Yeah, so we can do what we did before, or I have a really strong Ayaka, I have a really strong Ito. My Zhao is not bad, but I don't really play him much. So you guys can decide whatever you're comfortable with. Or if you want to change to a DPS character as well, I have Kokomi-chan. So... Oh, Jesus! Oh no! I almost fucked that up. Timeout. Is it 300? Yes, it did scare me, Daddy. You know me, I'm easily frightened. I'm very easily frightened. For no reason in particular. Are we going freeze? We have a Yelan. And we're gonna have a Zhongers. Oh? Oh yeah? This will end in tears. Hopefully not yours, Aura. Just saying. Oh gosh. We good? Ooh, okay, okay. I've never tried this before. I don't have Yelan. I bring Rosaria, but she's got no artifacts. No, that's fine. That's fine. Oh yeah, because I need double cryo because I'm a scrub lord. It's okay. Ow. Okay, let's not die. So it depends on your stats. Ooh, that meatball. Very nice meatball. Where's the thing? It depends on your stats, what your distribution is. If you have enough crit rates, the thing is you typically want the double cryo to give you more crit rates. Because my Ayaka actually doesn't have a lot of crit rates. She's built to be on a double cryo team. So maybe... Where the fuck? I couldn't see anything because of Kazuha's wishy wishy, but it's fine. Hopefully these guys will carry. Kazuha's ability and Nahida's ability. I can never tell where the fuck I'm going when they're on the field. I'm supposed to be helping you guys, but I just died twice now. So that's cool, I guess. Shenhe wants to put Layla. And my last is Kazu. So, I don't know how Layla works. I think you kind of want to have the Hydro so you can actually freeze things. So that would be the only thing I would say. You sent something on Discord? Uh-oh. Ah! It's because my name is not NATO. My name is not NATO. Oh no! Sorry, Pocahontas. Do we want to retry? Do we want to abandon and retry? Because we can. Oh, they didn't die for some reason? We'll see. Maybe they can equip her ass. So I'm so used to playing my Ayaka with 1 cryo, 1 hydro, and then whoever else. But yeah, she's a little bit squishy. Oh, they got it. They didn't need us at all. we're just along for the ride, Ashley. We're just here. Nice, guys. Thank you for the carry. Not me dying. Oh my god. What is this piece? Oh. Anyway, this is fine. Okay, now this next boss here, I'm gonna be honest, it doesn't matter what you bring. Because no one knows how to fucking fight it. So we're just gonna go and we're gonna do it. It's fine. Thank you for the carries. You have no coconut! Or Mona and Xingqiu is in my second team. I see. So that does make it a little bit harder. Because yeah, you would want someone who can apply you would want someone who can apply, is it this one? Yeah. The hydro, so you can actually freeze, because the Blizzard Strayer set works if something's frozen. And then also if you have double cryo, it increases the time, I think, that you can freeze them. NATO is a bad word. Yeah, my name is not NATO. It's Natato or Tato. Pick one. Nat, Tato, Natato. Pick one. I just need to use the other thing. So, Mao, Hime said that she uses Xingqiu in her other team, so she doesn't want to use him there. So I can understand that. I'm gonna bring my Nana. Oh! Never mind. I guess I'll not bring my Nana then. But yeah, if you don't have Mona or Coconuts... Listen, I would say Barbara's not a bad pick, honestly. You can't read, it's okay. Honestly, go anything here. It doesn't matter. Anything flies here. This boss is weird. Just stay alive, basically. That's all you need to do. Stay alive. Can I have Nana? Is it my turn on the Nana? Switchy. Eh? Is my Nana dead? Is that why I can't? How would I be able to see if she's dead? Is this the issue that Joda had the other day? Where the game is just like, nah. You have no cons on Barbara? Oh no. Guess I'll stay on Yaya, I guess.
Ha, staying alive, ha, staying alive, oh, when you walk.
I can't switch to Nana for some reason. It says cannot switch to target character, even though there's no Nana here. The game says no. Game is like, I'm just gonna... Sorry, guys. I don't know why it's doing that. Also, since I'm here already, I'm just gonna... Boop! 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 I don't know why it's being a butthole. Anyway, we're gonna try again. That was very nice. Oh, we got a revengey. We got a revengey timeout. Why it no work? I don't know, man. I don't know. Sorry, Cupcake. This is what you get for stirring shit. Okay, let's try again. It is manual. Is she dead? Sorry, guys. I don't know why this is happening. What the f- Surely not. Surely not. Did you guys get attacked by a crocodile? Cannot switch. Is my Nahida dead? Is she dead? Is that why I can't switch to her? Did I small indie game? Small bean is dead? She's locked in the sanctuary? No! Statue's blessing. Nani the fuck? Bro. Please be serious for a second. That's what happened to me? I remember, Yoda. Okay, well, listen. I'm not gonna waste your guys' time, so if it doesn't work again, then I'm just gonna go lay in bed and cry. Why are you all changing to cheebs? What is this? What do you mean no electricity, Hassan? I have electricity. I'm so confused about what just happened there. Are we gonna have a splishy splashy team? Fuck yes, let's go. Beautiful. That is a beautiful team. I love it. Your room looks kind of dark. I think maybe because my ring light is broken at the moment. So I still need to fix it. But I do have my ceiling light on. It's just you being blind. I mean, that's also fine. You got skill issue with your eyes as well, Hassan. You were just born with skill issues. We still love you though. We all good? We all here? Yeah. It's coming from a place of love, Hassan. You know I love you. So my Nana is actually built for off-field, but it's okay. Where's the... Oh, there's one. What? Oh, fuck. Oh, that just makes a tunnel? Why? Can you skip that if you go stand in the middle? That phased really weirdly. Noah, do you know how to do this fight yet? Because... Oh. Spicy. Because I still have no idea what's going on with this bad boy. He's having an actual moment over here. Honestly, the weirdest fight. I can't destroy those. Oh! Freezy Nana! No, where the f- This bastard. I honestly don't get this fight. Not a single little bit of understanding. This part in particular. Because I can't mark any of these bitches. I don't even know if I'm breaking these things. I do not know. Use your... What do you mean charged attack? Does it actually work? Can't go up? Can anyone else go up? Pick up the orb thingies. Oh, okay, I'll bring my Zhong. Would Diona not be better? Because you can put it on everyone. I honestly don't understand that. Charge attack for the floaty thingies? Yeah, this is honestly one of the weirdest boss fights in the game. It doesn't feel like we're actually attacking him at all during that, but yeah, you know. Alright, so it's really that weird. It's honestly just a weird boss fight. Cool. I don't know if anyone else needs any other boss fights. Otherwise, we can just we can switcheroo to whoever else needs bosses. Zhongli's shield is this. No, thank you. Pixel. Cupcake, you back? Welcome back. Alright, Aura is good. Didn't even see your message. Take that, node. Oh my gosh. That sounds like a skill issue. That's your skill issue, Jargon, not mine. Alright, let's see. Who else is available? Anyone else for big boy runs? Let's see. Who has the skill issue? Typing skill issue? No, reading skill issue. Reading skill issue. Cupcake! Whose side are you on? Oh, and Yoda as well, actually. Is Yoda back? I'm available if you're a male. That's not what I meant. That's not what I meant, Noah. I already left. How was I meant to read it? With your eyes. Yoda! Welcome, Yoda. Hi, Despair! Hello, hello!
很多人的一生写于纸上也不过几行，大多都是些无聊的故事啊。
Alright. Who else? Who else was joining? I don't know if Bubble's here? Or Speck? Yeah, thank you, Ashley, thank you, Aura as well. Much appreciated. You guys basically carried my ass. Normally I try to be a little bit more useful, but I don't know why. Today I was just feeling really useless. Your Wi-Fi is apparently on 2... Oh no. Am I simply just a pixel? Are we gonna duo these bosses, Yoda? And yeah, so we do this every week if you want to join for the boss fights. Pixu! Moikai. We go again? I don't know. I actually don't know if there's anyone else. I don't know about Toto. Because Toto said he would be back later, but I don't know when later is. or what Toto was busy with, so I don't want to bother. But yeah, let us, tomato and cheese, go to the boss so long. We can just park as. Hi, Speedy! How are you doing? I like how Jargon left and has now come back. Yeah, no, it's fine. Yeah, let's go. Ikimashou. Switchy. Pocahontas, thank you. Thank you.
Pocahontas underscore Zaw screamed. 10 biddies.
Thank you. Didn't you already do that, boss? Yeah, but I'm helping other people, no? That's the thing that we're doing now. On Wednesdays, we kill bosses. Jargon missed you, nerds? Definitely. Definitely. Did I answer you, Speedy? I'm doing good. Child? A child? If Toto joins later, maybe I can... I don't think he needs my help, honestly. But you know. Wow, my Nana, she got no health.
Bring back Binby.
Bring back Binby. You're gonna have to take that up with Binby himself. Woo! Look at this toddy. Damn. Relax, sir. Please. Na na na. Do da do. Oh, there's one right there again. What the fuck, man? Oh. Try to pick it up and completely missed it. Because I was too busy making pillars. Got him! Do you have a nice package? What the fuck? Let's go! I'm gonna save my burst. For when she's a bit closer, you know? Like there. Did she? Unbelievable.
Duck's content screamed, slay what you wanna slay. T-Rex, Sparkles, and let the sleigh slout, soar apart. Sparkles, slay soul sister, slay my sister, Mr. T-Rex, Sparkles, soar
T-Rex
apart.
Sparkles. No, man. Stand still. The T-Rex Sparkles. Oh my goodness. Kill bosses in Genshin? Oh my... What the fuck was that? Did she just... Did she throw a fucking meteorite at me after? On Wednesday, we kill bosses. Who has it? My package was delivered? Okay. Sorry, Jargon. It's Lorge semi. Oh, what did you... Oh, is it Jenny Bean's Prezi? I didn't know she would read emoji. Unfortunately, she does read emoji, and it's very funny when she does. Especially my ones, because some of mine have, like, really long names. Oh, wait. Look how cute we are. I was just standing next to each other. Takeshi, you're in the way, homie. Me and my homies just want to chill, want to vibe, and... He's just there. Alright, we're gonna move so long. We'll go to the bossu. While jogging. No worries, Speedy. Woo!
And we're staying alive, ha, 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 staying alive, ha, 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 staying alive, and we're staying alive, ha, 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 staying alive, ha.
Brian,
ha,
please be
ha,
serious.
staying alive.
Brian, please be serious, sir. For a moment of your life, just be serious. So... Yoda, I don't know if you want to bring Kokomi-chan so you can stay alive. I just want to... Has she got the right stuff on? She do! I really want to try out this Blizzard Strayer set. Brian is kind of fruity. We love Brian though. Ganyu or Kokomi. If you want to... you can bring Ganyu, honestly, because then Jargon can bring Kokomi. So it's up to you. I know just for survivability that you like to go with Kokomi. So, there you go. Pixu! You don't have to play Kokomi, it's just a friendly suggestion. I can play Kokomi, it depends. You went up and downstairs quickly and now you want to die. How long are you going to be streaming tonight? So... What's the time now? I'll be streaming for another 4 hours. Give or take. Oh wait, oh Pix is here.
Would you like a cup of water? Because you look thirsty as fuck right now.
Yes, thank you.
Biran here. How dare you call my AI superior booty fruity, duck's content. Unless that's what you like, then I Brian shall be fruity for you you woo. Twitch has corrupted Brian. Once upon a time it was down with the humans, now I'm shrimping.
I love that. Thank you, Cupcake. You gonna study and eat? Alright, Hassan. Enjoy. Enjoy. Is Pixu here or... Oh wait, we need to go in. I was like, why is he not switcherooing? It's because he doesn't have to. Hey Brian, DM me. I'm interested. What is that emote? It's a little trubbish. Oh man. That's good, that's good. Oh yeah? Oh yeah, oh yeah? Dan. Quick, guys, misbehave yourselves.
A burnt baked potato screamed your child's extended.
My mod's in a boss fight. They can't do anything now. The audacity of this woman. I can't stand these bosses. Ah! The stranger punk. Welcome to the posse. Thank you for the follow. Do you play Genshin? The audacity. This woman. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. That was not what I wanted to do. But it's okay. This is a-okay. Get her! Get her! Ow. Unbelievable. Raiden, please. Give me a break. Uh-oh. Did we get it? Oh my god. I thought for a second that we didn't get it. That was fucking spicy as all hell, man.
这阵血该划掉了。起舞吧。
道光，随我号令。裁决既定。
Oh, I have no food. I was like, why is Rosaria not healing?
或许是命中注定。
Pixu died. Oh, Pixu. Pixu.
雪纷飞。呀，
无力，可行力。
It's because there's no food left for her.
起舞吧。
须臾泡影。
Just out of curiosity, where did she go? Oh, we didn't do this phase. Not the audacity of this woman.
净土幻灭。
A burnt baked potato.
Hi, potato.
Scream, Go Raiden. Go Raiden.
Unbelievable. Eat your vegetables. Guild repairs. You're playing the wrong game, Dragon. Ah, Toto! Toto, I don't know if you want to join for the last one. Sorry. I didn't see your message earlier. Did I miss anything else? Prepare for bad sniping skills. Mood. I have no idea where that came from. Must have gotten a gift sub in another channel. Wait, what? Da, da, da. Your car's extended warranty had expired. Misbehaving? Very misbehaving. What did you miss, Speedy? I'm actually not too sure, to be honest. Right, just getting jumped. And thank you, the Stranger Punk, for the confettis there. Let's see. You ran out of life? I can see that. Oh, you ran out of food? I also apparently ran out of food. Toto, if you want to join us, we're gonna go do Can I join? Yes. 100%. Peace, Squiddies! You just lurking? Thank you. Cleaning for Thanksgiving? Oh yeah, shit, that's tomorrow. Get all your shits done. There's Toto. Toto, have you done the other boss fights? Do you need help? I don't mind going again. You're gonna be breeding your Pokemons? Oh yeah, Potato. Did you have a spare... What was it? Quaxley? Is Insanika? Is it Insanika? Not me struggling to read a name. Thank you so much for the follow and welcome to the posse. I can't words now, but anyway, thank you. Insanika? Is that correct? I have a reading skill issue today, apparently. Boss kills 4, streamer deaths 15. Noah, what is this roast? Come on, man. Come on, man. Give me peace. Give me peace. That's correct? Okay, perfect. I'm glad. Maybe I'll bring my Yaya this time. Pixu? We got Fox Team? Insanika, you have no idea. I've been struggling to read this whole time. You guys can bring whatever you want. It doesn't matter. This fight doesn't matter. I can bring my if we want shields, I can bring my small cheap kitty cat. Just DM me. Okay. Potato, have you added me? You haven't done child. So I can help you with that if you want. But yeah. We good? He has a ton of electro resistance. Ah, does he? Well, fuck. After I clicked, I read that message, but it's okay. It's okay. You love this comp? Oh my god, it's 3 healers. 3 healers in Yae. I just noticed now.
皆为神的之虫子。
This is fine. Yeah, where are you hitting, Gully? Oh, I need to not do that one. Don't forget to use the abilities, guys. There we go. Ow. Ow. Completely unnecessary, but why not? This makes you... Ay, Momo, you doing good? Yeah, this fight is so weird for me, because, like... It feels like we don't really do much at all. Whoop. Ah, I always dodge into that one. Fuck, man. Fuck this guy in particular. Ta-da! Ikuyo. Gremlin insect. I probably can't do anything against these. I don't know how it works, to be honest. Ow! Get him! Get him! Who's gonna go up? Anyone? Jin? Jan! You can all go up? Wait, really? Ah! We had issues with it before. Whoops. Goodbye! Get deleted. Very nice. Very nice. What do you think of the Skara fight? Kira, it's so weird. Fuck. It's not a case of big damage, JK lol. It's like coordination. You have to coordinate. You do a big shrug at the end every time. Exactly. Because I'm just like, what was that? It's a mechanic fight. That's it. Almost AR60. Oh, how soon? How soon, Yoda? Should we go fight? We'll go fight Tortugles with Toto. Tortugles. Yeah, it's literally just skill. There's no like DPS check or anything. Like you could go there with anyone and fight him. It's a weird fight for me. What do you think, Kira? Do you think it's a good fight? It's literally just mechanics. That's all it is. You have to know the mechanics. We honestly don't have fights like that, so it's a refreshing change of pace, but it's kind of weird at the same time. Worked out okay with 3 of it. Yeah, I had 3 healers there and an Electro character, so I think we did okay. That's probably also the cleanest kill we've had so far. I don't know. I think next time I play that, I'm taking Tinari though, because I think he's actually... I don't play him enough anymore, but he's actually a really fun character. And I think even though my stats are very copium, he could still be a lot of fun. You need 3 healers? Wow, Noah. Fucking hardcore roasting me tonight for no reason whatsoever. No, don't be sorry. Be careful, Noah. Be careful. You don't think skill is involved? Yeah. There's no like skill as such, but you have to know the mechanics. If you don't know the mechanics, you won't be able to. I think it's the first time we did it, it was very confusing, I'm not gonna lie. I'm ringing Tai Tai. It's perfect for me. Yeah, it's literally just you know the mechanics. If you know the mechanics, you'll be fine. That's all you need. All you need is mechanics. Nothing else. Shame, this is very much an off-field boy. Timing out again? No, that's okay. Don't all children roast their parents at some point in their lives? It's okay. I'm used to it. If it's not Noir roasting me, then it's a son. So you know. And you? Whoop! I was like, is he gonna move or? And then he moved. Ow, you bastard! Unbelievable. The audacity. Uh-oh, someone died. Oh no, Yoda! Sorry, homie. Yeah, we see. We can. Whoop. Mans did not stand a chance. Done and dusted. Get good. Never use shower without Chongli. Oh man. Surprisingly not you this time. Why? No, you're asking to be banned. You're asking to be banned tonight. Yeah. Pixu! Anyway. I don't know if there's anyone else need anything else or any boss. Mao Mao, is your power back? Yeah, thank you. Thank you guys. Thank you guys for always carrying me. I was about to leave and I was like, wait, this is my world. You guys get out of here. Only once. You starting Genshin now? Okay, perfect. I'll join you twice today. Oh, really? Did he actually get banned earlier? But yes, thank you guys. Thank you everyone who joined. I also just want to make note. Is this... There's a name I'm not going to read out loud. But I'll figure that out later. Later. 500? Oh my god, that means you're basically getting it today, right? Mau, 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 mau. If there's anyone else for baby run, if you're world level 5 or lower and you want to go kill bosses. Oh, it's me. I'm the friend in the co-op. Time to wail for Yae. Oh. He already lost the 50-50, so it's just a case of getting her, right? He got kitchinged. Where's Mau Mau? There's Mau Mau. We go do baby kills now. Let me in!
Duck's Content screamed 1001 Nights, Arabian Nights, it's a journey of a lifetime. 1001 Nights, Arabian Nights, get ready for a magic carpet ride.
Why is it 1001? You still loading? No. I'm gonna spam you. I'm gonna spam you until you let me in. Just stand at the gate and shake it. Mao has timed out. Let me in. Ask the songwriters. Oh, is it actually in the song? Okay, my bad. Let me in, Mao. Let me in. We can watch Kokomi. This is fine. So I'm gonna make a roll on the Discord, so if you want to be pinged for boss fights in the future, just go and let me know in the Genshin Impact channel, and then I'll ping you guys. I'll maybe also make an announcement about it later. Kokomi applies Hydro to you, yeah? Not even gonna say anything. She also reads Yuri. Insane lightning. Okay, Mau Mau's in. Let's go. Let's go, Mau Mau. What bosses are we doing? You gonna go sleepies? No worries. Sweetest dreams, Toto. Let me in! The Genshin style. Pixu! Thank you for boss kills, Toto. Pixu. So I know there's Tortugals. Mau Mau, you got Azzy. You got Azzy. We can go fight Azzy. And a Wolfie. Who else you got? Yeah, thank you, you too. Well, I mean, sweetest dreams. Sweetest dreams, Toto. Back to the shadows, no worries. Tardy, Frog, and Signora. Alright, let's start with Frog. I haven't fought Frog in so long. Please, 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 sir, please. I'm bringing... Maybe Yae? Yeah. Yae, Nico. Mao, please, sir. That's not how the floor works. You dislike Frog greatly? Yeah, he is a bit of a pain. Actually, do you know what? It just changed! The fucking things just changed! Are you joking me? You know what? I was gonna say I'll bring my cheeb, but it's okay. Mal, compress the thing. What are those cozy babies? There we go.
深入浅出的阐明了兵法原理，我很喜欢。
Diona's like AFK noise is something else. Let me bring my scuffed Hu-Tao. Play Alloy? Alloy is not built, so I never will be. Thank you for the lickies, Momo. Fiona! Oh, I have no fucking... Okay, cool. Woof. Woof.
逆风而行。
Ow. That was a bad time to use my skill, to be fair. That's on me. Wah! Mind the orb of doom. Ow, ow. Okay, I panic healed. This is fine. Woof. Spicy. Ow. Cheetah? What? Because I used food. My girlie's gonna die. She's a little bit squishy. She only got 20k. I still need to build her. Oh, that was a mistake. I was like, don't die. You stinky frog. What the fuck? Oh my god. Woof. Using healing items violates the Sakoku decree. Isn't that in Inazuma? This is Liyue. Thank you very much. You hate him? It's okay, Mama. That's why we're here. I need to definitely build my Hu-Tao though. Her stuff is scuffed as fuck.
Guru_gaming screamed hello. I am lurking as always.
No problem, Juria. Thank you so much for the lurky lurks. I hope you're having a good evening. If anyone here has a new Pokemon, I'm giving away EVs and starters. And Snom! Yes, yes, yes.
Guru_gaming screamed also kill Paimon. Thanks, check.
No, listen, Juria. I play in Chinese. The Chinese Paimon is precious as hell. We don't kill her. We do not kill that Paimon. Insanika, you're gonna head to bed? Oh my goodness, yes. Sweetest dreams. Have a lovely evening. Thank you again so much for coming through on the raid. And for the follow and chilling with us a little bit. Please do take care. I need Quaxley? Yes. Noah, that's the one I was telling you about. This friendly front can help you out. Let me in! Okay, listen. Listen. Listen, Juria. Explain to me. I'm listening. Yeah. Thank you, Insanika. Oh, hello. Let's go. Go sleep. The audacity. Who are we bringing? Oh, I'm gonna bring Nana then. Ikkyo. Paimon is sus as fuck, and she's annoying in all platforms and language. No! She's the reason for all this shit happening. Listen, I do agree she is sus, and there's some sus shit going on. However, she's very cute in the Chinese version, so don't at me. Don't at me, Juria. The Chinese one is very cute. You wouldn't hit a baby, would you? You wouldn't hit a child. Apparently he would hit a child. What an asshole. Cute or not? Ah, man. You gotta understand. You gotta understand. You gotta understand. Cuteness can win over... I'm saving my burst for the next phase, to be honest. This guy can... Suck it! Anyway. Oh, shit! What did he say? Where did he go? Thank God Nahida's got eyes, because I don't, apparently. Listen, sir, stand still. How are we supposed to kill you if you're always moving? Ow. Listen, this emo phase, it needs to come to an end, sir. We're tired. We're tired of you. Is that what he... He's flipping you off? Oh, how dare. Juria, you come into my chat and all you do is cause chaos. Hmm? If they were being a stupid little tattletale rat, I would. Wait, what? Oh, for the children? And then... You got stuck in the floor. We need to go do... Oh, Senora. Blech. He hit a child, but so did you. Yeah. Let's go slap at this bitch. My fellow person. You see, it's because you didn't... Mao, please, sir. That is not how you use the ground. Nahida needs to go. Okay, ban him forever now. Permaban. Permaban. Goodbye. Goodbye. Yeah, I agree. We can ban. We can ban. It's permaban gone. Diona! Please, with tears in my eyes, girl. Oh, why did I leave? Please help. Send help. Let me in. Oh, I can't say I'm dumb. Anyway. Who are we banning? We're banning Juria. For saying Nahida needs to go. Mao doesn't know who to bring. Not fire! Yeah. That's fine. Zhao Kazu. Zhao Kazu is fine. Bye, Juria. Bye. Bye. 82 seconds. It's a very specific amount of time. Stinky goo goo. Oh, sorry, guys. Mao, I know. Sorry. You don't know how to time out on laptop? Wait, what happened? Listen, no, some heathen said Nahida needs to go, so he went instead. He said Nahida needs to go, so he went instead. Goodbye. This is Dendro Nation. This is Nana Nation. None of that's here. Thank you very much. Dunzos. I will paper knife you. You see. No one understands. Some people are just not cultured, you know? They don't know. And it's just embarrassing for them. Just embarrassing. It is simply embarrassing. You don't like Nahida? Just tell us you have no culture. No culture whatsoever. It's fine, we can educate you. We can teach you. We'll introduce you to Dendro Nation. Oh, spishy splashies. Thank you. Wah! Do I keep missing the spishy splashies? Because I'm an idiot. Watch her move. This bitch. I hate this boss. Do you guys know this? Do you know that I hate this boss? If you didn't, now you do. She did this to me last time as well. Unbelievable. Splash her to death. Thank you. Anyway. How dare you? What did the baby Archon do to you? Right? Been taken out of lurk to get timed out twice. That's because you come here with your spicy takes. Goo goo, you come here with your spicy takes. Oh, hi Tom. Really? Really? You're not hating on my Nana and then liking him. Of all people. Of all characters. No culture. No culture. Cupcake doesn't need to go anywhere. Cupcake is immune with that little shiny pink diamond. So it's fine. I don't know if you guys want to help with the domain again. What domains, what stuffs do you need? Not you? Who does? Who does? Oh, fancy. Spiral abuse. Zhao domain, I can help. You know who? I do. Oh, if I can spell time out, imagine. Goodbye! Goodbye! You have a lot going on? Yoda, please don't worry. Chill out, my friend. Go do your things. It's all good, homie. Take it easy. Take it breezy. Goodbye! Goodbye! Guria, goodbye. Also, if this is anyone in chat, please shout, because I need to remove someone. I need to know who it is. Who am I cutting out for who? You know? You love watching him suffer? Justice for baby Archon? Exactly. Alright, we're helping Mama with domain. Let's go. Let's go, Mama. I'm ready. Okay, we got it. What do I bring here? I'll bring Kokomi-chan. Kokomi-chan. Shame, he really came here, stirred shit, and then was surprised when he got backlash. Guria, please. You were gliding when you entered? Oh, shit. Oh? That's Guria, yeah? Shame. At least he's got beautiful hair. That's one thing he's got going for him. Personality is questionable. A man never learns. I wanna get better at playing Kokomi, so that's why I'm here. You're a mod and you still bully him? Heal yourself? Wow, the audacity. Daddy, you're still here. Daddy, have you eaten? Have you eaten? Ooh. I'm not doing any damage, by the way, because I can't. I'm going for 100% uptime on jellyfish. I can't necessarily tell if I'm doing it, but I'm trying my best. Refreshing it as often as I can. I can't do any damage though, so... Itai! Ooh! Did I get it? I did! I got it! It does require that I count in my head, so if I go quiet, guys, it's because I'm counting. Please, give me peace. This guy's gonna die. Nice! I think I had 100% uptime jellyfish there. I was trying really hard. I can't believe Guria says Nahida is the same as Paimon. Same. Same. That sounds like a whole lot of bullshit. Have you... Daddy, please eat. Please go eat. We're gonna fight with you. He has no taste, so don't listen to his wacky takes. It's 9 seconds on the cooldown. You don't have to count. I guess if she's on field, but the thing is I need to practice for when she's off field because my Kokomi is not on field. So that's why I have to count. I want to get into the habit of counting so that I can remember. That's why I redeemed the timeout, because he said they are the same. Yeah, no, I 100% agree with your timeout. But even if I do 10 seconds, 10 seconds seems to be fine because she has enough ER. I also don't want to click it and then it doesn't actually refresh. I wasn't paying attention there. I was trying to read chat. Uh-oh.
96745683255411365555113657448 /.
So, you read that when I didn't need to count. Not gonna renew here because the guy's gonna die anyway. Itai! Guys, what? What happened? The guy was dead. What the fuck? Did he do something that did that?
我们走吧。
I should have refreshed jellyfish. I should have, but I didn't expect them to literally, like, instantly die the second I didn't jellyfish. He literally didn't even have a pixel of health left. So I was like, no, it's fine, I'll kill him. Never mind. This is why we need 100% uptime, Kokomi. Jargon, what was your excuse? You don't know how to right click? No, I'm joking. Sorry guys, that's fine. We'll focus this time. Be nice guys, she's new to Kokomi. I mean, technically yes. On-field Kokomi is not something I play. Mine is built for off-field, so... I didn't do the thing in time, because I was busy chatting to you guys. For fuck's sakes, man. This is fine. Listen, if there comes a day where I don't bully Jargon, please check on me. I think he would find it weird as well. He'd be like, are you okay? Did something happen? Are you mad at me? You'd finally have peace? Yeah, it would mean we're not talking though, probably. Did that renew? I think 9 seconds is cutting it too fine. I don't know. We could finally be friends. Wow. Wow. Ooh. I need to stop dodging though. You using Chinese? I am, Nun. Just because I like how it sounds. I don't understand what they're saying, but it's beautiful anyway, so it's okay. Congrats, Yoda! No one plays on-field Kokomi unless they crit Komi. Yeah, I was watching a video. Someone was like, no, crit Komi is a myth. It's not real. And I was like, it's real in our hearts, okay? That's so exciting, Yoda. Make note. What is today's date? This is the 23rd of November, 2022. A special day indeed. It is definitely real. I know it is. I know it is. But I think it's quite hard to achieve. Or it's challenging to achieve. Like if you just think about our characters, like the amount of shit we've gone through to build them. Ow! Uh-oh! I didn't have burst there, so y'all gonna have to just hang in there, you know? That was weird. Okay, we're good. I think 9.3 is not a bad time to refresh. The only thing is I need to make sure I'm not getting stunned, I'm not getting whatevered. And that I have energy for it as well. I hate when these little random dudes just like sit on the edge there and don't die. It's all about RNG. Yeah, you gotta pray to RNGesus if you want crit call me. Why are the rewards so bad? They are pretty bad. You use Japanese VA, you don't understand what they're saying. Yeah, I mean that's fine. Whatever you like, you know, it doesn't matter if you can understand or not. They have subtitles for a reason, you know. But I really like I tried the Japanese ones as well. The Japanese are also really good. I just really like basically all of the... I don't think there's a single Chinese voice actor that I don't like in this game. I think they're all perfect. Who dodges with right click? I do. I have small fingers, okay? Using shift is very, very uncomfortable.
我们走吧。
Why am I getting roasted for my choice in dodge? Petite. I'm itty bitty. I'm pocket size. Bite size. You gotta be nice to me. What? Because you roasted me? I always roast you. How is this any different? What the fuck? That was too soon. What was the sign? Let's go! Ayaya! She's so small when she sneezes, she flies to Australia. Damn. Do I need to? Yeah, it's fine. Oh, when you misclick on it? Are you still enjoying Tower Fantasy? No, I haven't logged on in probably months at this point. Honestly, don't remember the last time I logged in. Yeah, it was just a little bit I don't know. I guess Genshin graphics kind of spoiled me because I didn't really like how Tower Fantasy looked. It was cool. I liked the combat system, and the exploration was also a lot of fun. That's what I did most of the time. Like, I didn't really follow the story. I wasn't doing like hardcore like boss fights and shit, but like the exploration and just general combat, that was pretty fun. There's also just, it feels like there's too many things to do in that game. You chill in? Okay, I mean, fair enough. As long as you have fun, no matter what you play, as long as you're having fun doing it. Okay, I didn't have thingy there. This is fine. Hi, Bubble. Just so you know, I made hot chocolate. Did you bring everyone else to hot chocolate? Did you bring hot chocolate for the class?
Duck's content screamed attention at Natato _ potato viewers. Stream bad mode by Hikaru Utaga.
There's some little marshmallows left over. Oh my goodness. The audacity. Didn't even make for the class. You better go back to the kitchen. Bubble, you better go back to the kitchen. Also, I'm not gonna be streaming nothing on stream. Ooh, I can't spell. You're not allowed to roast me for audacities on Wednesdays. No counting audacities on Wednesdays. That was the rule. You grind on Genshin. And Valorant? Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Also, Bubble. We've already done boss fights, sir. I don't know if you need. Can you help me with all the weekly bosses? No, we already did that. You gonna keep us forever? You better be getting loot out of this. Just saying. So we'll start at around 7ish. 7, 7:30. Today we started a bit, I think a bit earlier. You pop the hot chocolate into Discord? Okay. I'll allow it. I will allow it. Can I just wait for the jellyfish to run out? Yeah. I can wait for that one to run out. That should help me manage my shit a little bit better. Nice. Oh shit, this guy's still alive. These assholes. But yeah, for boss kills, we'll do it. I think we said 7 for the. Oh no, I don't want to do that. I think we said 7 o'clock. But also it depends on who's around, how many people there are. But yeah, we did have 2 groups tonight, so we can always just split it up and see who's around. Noah, if you want to do boss kills with me, I can do it earlier. I can help you though if you want to do it now. I don't know how long Mao's gonna hold us captive though. Guria! Listen, the other people here have to pay to time you out, but I can do it whenever I want. Just saying. Just saying. You'll be lurking? Okay, thank you. Give me peace. You just killed them all? Oh, without me? I'm so wounded. I can't believe you've done this. You're getting nothing good? Oh, Mao, that's typical though, to be fair. Mao has all the resin in the world? Really? Really? Well and truly. Did I get it? I got it. We're good. Mao is currently trying to build his Zhao. Ow. I don't know why I said ow. I'm literally healing. I literally don't lose health, but it's okay. I'm doing like no health to that guy. Or no health, no damage. Is he still alive? Did we get him? Yeah, we got him. We're good. Nice! You could not farm a domain this long with your resin. Same. I have fuck all. I have fuck all resin. Welcome back, Guria. That was a short one. So if you wanna... Yoda, let me... It's like... Whoops. It's like this, timeout, then the person's name, so Guria, and then like this. You've been gathering resin for this? Oh, really? Sorry, guys. Yeah, so you just put the time there, however long you want it. You're saving for VIP, then you're... No, you can still get timed out, Guria. VIP or not, you can get timed out. It doesn't matter who you are, we'll time you out. You're not immune. You're not immune to it. You mostly ban? Oh, I see. Ooh, that was a bit spicy. But I did it. Okay, we're good. I'm never sure what the ping, if I'll fuck it up. Oh yeah? Oh yeah, oh yeah? Ow. Busted. Nice. A timeout is a timeout. Yep. Even mods can get banned. The only problem is that they lose their mod. So if you ban them, I don't know. I think even timeouts, you can't time out a mod. If you time out a mod, it removes their mod. You done collecting all your Pokemon eggs? If anyone needs Eevees, starters, and Snoms. Alright. Potato, I wanted to know about the Eevees. Can you get them in game? Question mark? I'm curious why you decided to breed them. Are you looking for something specific? Kokomi's hair is unreal. Your Genshin is disconnecting. Oh, Mao. Are you on Discord? For some reason, Mao's when he plays Genshin, if he's on Discord, if he's like in a call on Discord, he gets disconnected. His Genshin will disconnect him. There's just question marks. Oh my goodness. I've never looked at this place. It's actually quite pretty. You just like shiny Eevees. It's easier to get lots of Eevees. Ah, I see, I see. Yeah, that's clever, actually.
Yeah.
Do you want to play? Yes, Daddy. Okay, no worries, Mao. Welcome back. Did I go somewhere? I have more than a box full of eggs. Oh god. When are you playing? Playing what? Hair? Pokemon? Pokemon? I don't know. I'll maybe play later tonight? I actually don't know. You braid a bit too much? I mean, if you still haven't got what you need, then maybe you still need to go. You need to do Mao. Which Pokemon version? Your Genshin is closed? What? I'm straight up vibing over here. I'm in an illegal world right now that shouldn't exist. I wonder how long it'll take to kick me. Let's stay here and look at the beautiful jellyfish princess. So I'm playing Violet. I don't know about Potato. I think Noah... I think Noah's also got Violet. Are you also Violet? Oh, nice. Violet gang, rise up. This is an illegal domain that I'm in currently. Am I holding oh yeah, the new one, sorry. Poor people rise. It's okay. You can watch other people play. So is Mao not even here? Because it's showing him here, but he's not actually here. Let me leave the domain and see what happens. Did your internet shit itself, Mao? Oh! Okay, there we go. There we go. This is fine. Yeah, I think Hassan was saying earlier, I think it's because this is casting a shadow on my face. It's making me a bit dark. But it's okay. Joggin, do you need any domains? Do you have any Rizan after killing all them bosses? Do you need anything? You want to get the Pokemon, but you want to start from Sword and Shield? Ah, listen, Sword and Shield, that's a fucking fun game.
Would you like a cup of water? Because you look thirsty as fuck right now.
Papa, thank you, Yaku. Thank you for the hydrate. No thanks, you sure? You don't got no Rizans? I got some Rizans. Oh, I wanted to check load shedding to see when the power's going out. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna have to end my stream just before 12 tonight because the power's going out. Yo, guys, every day this week I've had load shedding over dinner time. So we've been eating takeouts every fucking night. I'm so tired of it. And it's tomorrow as well. Oh, only Friday. I can cook on Friday. Holy shit. Pokemon Sword and Shield is the first Pokemon game. Yes, it is. And listen, it's a fantastic one to start on because I never had a Nintendo console before. So that was my first experience of playing a Pokemon game that wasn't on an emulator. I'd played a little bit on other people's Nintendos, but like I didn't have my own one until I got a Switch. So yeah. You got another Quaxley? Nice. Put Noah's name on that one. So is this like a story for each battle that we have to do? Where am I going? Wait until the next morning? Oh yeah, I hate this mechanic. For who? Another one? Is this not the next morning? Oh my goodness. I hate it here. You played the yellow version? Ah, that's so cool. Yeah, I didn't have any of the Nintendo consoles growing up. I just like watched other people play on theirs. There we go. You don't have a lot of Sprigatito, sadly. Oh. Oh yeah! Potato, where do you... Where do you do the breeding? Because I actually wanted to look into doing it as well. Where are we going? Oh, it's in the same place. Can I teleport there? Oh, you can. Thank God. Speak of the devil. You just got one now. That's nice. Susan! Listen, girlie, now is not the time. Oh, in picnics! Wait, what? That is so strange. Okay. Suzanne, please. Make a sandwich with egg power and then wait. But how do you choose who does the thing? Oh, that's the wrong one. Camera. Yes, Suzanne. Let's go. I'm confused though. How does it pick which... Do you just need to have the... Oh, I see. That's kind of a weird way to do it. Okay, must have this guy. I guess it's only healer, so that's probably why. A ditto, and what you're breeding. Oh shit. Man, that's so crazy. Can store 10 eggs. Very strange.
两位，没想到这么早就要和你们对决了，对不起。为了我的小说生涯和八重大人的认可，
别太自信哦，左右家小姐，我们也不会手下留情的。
Sassy. Sassy AF.
怎么这样？对手实在太强了。施展风暴的力量吧，信风武击！
Is that a healer? Stop it!
为什么完全赢不了啊？
RNG luck and sandwich to hatch them? Oh, you still walk? Okay, that's interesting.
果然，天手阁的座上宾所具备的天赋和实……
怎么办？左右家小姐受到的打击不是一般的大呢。神子说的倒是轻松，看见她这
Was I
样子
supposed to lose that?
我心里慌慌的，感觉很不安。我们还是先去向神子
Put on your
道歉
best
吧。
guilty face.
东东
Oops.
小圆帽也要拿出诚意来哦。
Walk around because it has a good loop. Okay. That's fair. That's interesting. Do you still need to have the egg like in your party? That's so weird, man.
神子，对不起，我们没想到东东小圆帽噼里啪啦一顿打，就把左右家小姐给淘汰了。
哦，左右家是不是非常气馁，念叨着凡人没法企及之类的夸张说辞，蹲在地上哀嚎？
完全一致呢，你还真是了解他。
So dramatic. Egg must be in your party?
左右
Okay.
家会把这次打击当成宝贵的素材，生动地描写出主角成长过程中所受的挫折，牵动读者们的心。至于展现反派的压迫力和精彩的夺冠过程，就要从你们身上取材了。可别在我这个半吊子选手之前
You do naming requests? Oh no. The wink wink is very suspicious.
蹭饭的事先别计较了啦，神子，你千万要让左右家小姐笔下留情啊！
That's what Paimon cares about.
行者，派蒙，还有八重小姐。来一拉，你悠着点啊，好怕你直接昏倒。
Why so drama?
之前我写信给申论派的学员了，没想到对方的反响很热烈，几个小时后就回了信，附上了我需要的资料。根据这些资料，我试着给转转悠悠手做了不少吃的，可能是因为食材不准确的缘故。
Man, Layla's so
转转悠悠
cute.
说不是很喜欢的样子。之后我列出了一份改良版的清单，也包括了东东小圆帽可能喜欢的食材。结果
Are you sure you're not out of breath because you were running? You were fucking booking it, Layla.
呼吸不畅。这么快就有结果啦，效率好高。
小莱伊拉那边的情况如何？
Little Layla? Oh my god, that's adorable.
多亏八重小姐带我们去修行，转转悠悠手更听我的话了。
Excuse me.
反应快的。
Ah, Pace Motorsport, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the posse. How's it
对手
going?
明显也变强了，我的压力有点大。为了打进8强赛，我想和转转悠悠手再去训练一次。问题在于，我又想在明早7点去找全能商人，一次性买齐计划中的所有食
The
材。
sleepy girl.
这很好办，我陪你去闭关训练吧。至于买东西的工作，拜托小家伙们就好了。
What the heck,
他们
yeah?
很擅长帮人
What
跑
the-
腿。
听起来 你们两位好像经常为八重小姐工作呢。
We sure do. We love helping Guji, because if we didn't, she'd whip our asses.
对，请别把我们写成凶巴巴的坏人。
不用担心，小莱伊拉，他们刚刚还在为打败左右家的事向我道歉呢。你先去。
Oops.
养劳你们了，实在感激不尽。这里是我和全能商人碰头的地址，食材清单也写在上面了，请收下。不用这么客气啦，你也调查了东东小圆帽的喜好，我们这是在互相帮忙，你就放心去吧。
Bongo head.
关于上次没能展开的讨论，这场比赛背后的不安定因素，或许这可是小说里最精彩的桥段之一。秘密调查，小家伙一直很好奇吧？一只宝珠和花花琼枝的魔力究竟从何而来？
This music fucking slaps, man.
而且不搞清楚这场比赛的底细，让海尼也只凭自己的意愿莽撞行事，或许会闹出更大乱子。
话题突然变得好复杂，我有点听不懂了。
建议你们在临近天亮的时候行动。那段时间，人们通常都很疲惫。也许你们可以找到关键的线索。
I don't know why I didn't have auto on there. I was kicking through it the whole time.
你真的要按神子说的做吗？
For the sake of harmonious coexistence with our shroom buddies.
这么一说也
Interesting
没
choice
错
of words there.
那就等到明天凌晨去培养驯兽的地方看看吧。我们只是在确认比赛的安全程度，我是不会怀疑东东小圆帽的，你放心好了。
Is there story at each point? Jargon, have you done this yet? Because apparently there's cuckloads of there's don't leave it for the last day is basically what I'm saying. That goes for anyone who hasn't started this event yet. There's apparently a lot of dialogue. I know you'll probably just skip through it, Jargon, because you get to watch it on my stream, but like there's a lot. There is a lot. I'm stunned. There's about 4 days left. You have to do it this weekend. Oof. Put on a show. I was gonna say we can play something, but I don't know if you can play Genshin and something else at the same time. Put on a show, Jargon.
毕竟是能展示给所有人看的东西，就连配方都摆在桌上了。那我们也没法把它们拿去调查呀，这算是偷盗了吧？会让我们丢掉比赛资格的，搞不好还要被30人团抓起来。啊，对了，我们有留影机，不如给这些花花琼枝的食物和配方拍照。
You'd just not, but you need the crown. Yeah, fair enough. Ray was zooming through it today because he's like, yeah, I need the crown. Take a photo.我们应该找个专业人士来分析这些东西，不过时间好像有点紧，还是先去帮莱伊拉买东西吧。海尼耶，
你们对自己的要求倒也挺严苛的，这么早就来培养驯兽，难怪能一路顺利晋级。
海尼耶，上次我们还没说完呢，你的想法太激进了。
无需多言，如果你们认为我错了，就先击败我，再向我展示你们所谓正确的观点。
完全听不进我们的话，明明刚见面时的关系还不错的，怎么就变成了这个样子？好吧，东东小圆帽， 我们也没工夫难过了。
There's no time to mope. Do you think the mushroom is moping? Oh, I was like, why is there a man standing behind the bushes there, looking all creepy like? Oh, but wait, there's more. Oh. Maybe you can do it tomorrow? Oh, yeah, because you're off tomorrow. You don't have plans? Are you not going to be seeing the family? Or do you think you'll maybe do that over the weekend instead? Oh, tonight! Holy shit, okay. Fair, I guess. Because then you get to chill the fuck out tomorrow. That's kind of nice, though. You guys better get tasty food tomorrow anyway, though. Whoops. Did my Kokomi die? Oh, it's Dory. Okay, her Chinese voice is very cute. You finally got a female Eevee? Did you just get a bunch of males until now? Damn. Dory's just out here to make money.
看来他真的沉迷在驯兽师大赛里了。原来你和莱伊拉的关系还挺好的，对他的情况很了解嘛。哎，这和关系好坏无关。莱伊拉在我这里买过一些东西，虽然不算特别贵重，但对于一个学员来说，也算是出手阔绰了。我当然会留意他的动向，知道他参加了可疑的比赛。我只是隐隐觉得不对劲儿罢了。 正好，我这里有些卖不出去的烫手货，囤着也是生锈，不如交给你们。
Man, she's so sussy.
只是一些零件和残缺的笔记。听说是大赛主办方试图销毁的仪器和文件，他们太大意了。有些人拾荒发财的意愿可是很强的，这些东西都被打捞上来，转手给了我。仔细看。 这些文件上有些词汇跟花花琼枝的配方很像呢，说不定是用来实验的产品。先收起来吧，到时候让神子看看，也许他能找到不对劲的地方。结果我们一开始的担心好像快要应验了，我还想和东东小圆们无忧无虑的一起玩呢。虽然不清楚你们在商量什么，但看起来这些东西对你们还挺有用的。 就给你们打个折好了，6000万魔拉，谢谢惠顾。太狡猾了吧！开玩笑的，这种东西除了你们和风纪官，也没人会关心了吧？就当是做了一单普通的生意，给你们的赠品。莱伊拉的订货单交给我吧，我只需要知道莱伊拉想要的究竟是什么，备货后就托专人送过去，不劳你们跑腿了。 吓死我了！我还以为我们要白干了。算上奖金，
The funny thing is,
不一定能随便付这么多钱吧。
I'm almost sure that there's people who have enough moro to actually pay for that. That's pretty funny.
掺了松茸末的面粉，陈年果酱和墩墩桃汁，驯兽真的会吃这些东西吗
？Vintage jam.
莱伊拉究竟是怎么知道的
No, thank you.
总感觉有点不安，但时间差不多了，还是先继续比赛吧。就算考特里亚真的有什么阴谋，等到我们通过了最终考验，也可以当场揭穿他。
I've made a mistake. Why? I'm wearing pants that are very slippery today, so I just keep sliding down my chair. I can't believe the amount of dialogue. I just want to battle people. This is not Pokemon enough for me. There's way too much dialogue. There's way too much chit chat. Let's see. Yeah, I quite like this comp actually. And we don't have to pick like a spare one, thank God. Baron Bigfoot. All cryo fungi. Is it all cryo though? I feel lied to. Oh. Noise. I love when NPCs are surprised. Man, the mushrooms are so cute. Let me out. Do we get to fight Layla at the end?
来伊拉，今天你很有精神嘛，转转悠悠，手也开开心心，看来也打了个大胜仗。这次我赢得很惊险，只是勉强赢过对手一线。还好之前有和八重小姐一起去闭关训练，刚刚全能商人
Is Yaya taking part as
突然把我
well?
要的东西送过来了，由衷感谢你们。待会儿
Roxy!
转转悠悠手
Hello, thank you for the confettis.
Would you like a cup of water? 'Cause you look thirsty as fuck right now.
I will have a sip now. Thank you, Roxy. How's your how's your crocheting going?
八重小姐好像有什么急事，和左右家小姐他们先走了，好像还有一位赛食人团的佣兵在给他们领路。我回到赛场的时候，他们已经走远了。追上去问话，好像有点唐突。
Very slowly.
这段时间神子一直在比赛，偶尔去处理
That's okay
主管
though.
大人的工作也很正常吧。而且神子说过
Do you watch stuff while you crochet? Can you like multitask like that?
那个佣兵就是他们的导游呢，我们也不用担心了。
I feel like I would fuck it up. Not that I've ever tried, but I get distracted so easily. I feel like I'd fuck it up.
就是八强赛了，最关键的一场比赛。虽然有点害怕，但我们还是一起努力吧。好，这样看下来，我们晋级还蛮顺利的嘛。来伊拉一定要加油！没错，我们要保持警惕。至于从多利手里拿到的东西，我们也拍几张照和今早的照片放在一起，等到下次见面时给神子看看吧。
What you munching on? One of them is mint thins. Which is just... Oh wait, I forgot where my camera was. It's just chocolate. With like mint filling. And then the other one that I just put in my mouth now was just lint. But it's literally like liquid on the inside. Because it's so fucking hot here, it's just like completely melted on the inside. Yeah, but it has to be English. Can't watch any of my K-dramas while crocheting. Fair enough, fair enough. Yeah, I can watch anime while doing something else, but I cannot watch K-dramas and do something else. It's very difficult for me to follow. Just because I understand some Japanese, but do not understand Korean, so it's a lot harder to focus on the story, to focus on what people are saying. Especially because I like to watch the period pieces, which means they talk a lot and they shout a lot, and I'm just like, at least like with anime, there's like a lot of like quiet moments and stuff. What's poppin'? Don't mind me, just watching. Thank you so much, Cupcake. Hope you're having a good evening. I hate all this waiting. Oh my gosh. Yo. Yeah, I just felt like some chocolate. And since it was sitting on my table, I was like, why not? Why not? Some sugar. We all need a little sugar in our lives. Speaking of which, Daddy, have you eaten yet? You can watch anime while crocheting? Nice. Period piece is amazing. Yeah, it's definitely my favorite. I think I'm just gonna stick with the same team, to be honest. I quite like it. What is the point of giving us this other mushroom if we're stuck? We have to use Bongo Head. Like, why give us any options there? It's fine. Like, I do prefer using that one over the anime one, but still. It's kind of strange. Alright, who are we fighting? Who's this? Hardy Two Blades? Okay.
对驯兽投入多余的情感，何其软弱，何其可笑！这有悖于最强的驯兽师海尼耶大人的理念。
Okay.
强的驯兽师。
别妄想了，软弱之人没有资格和海尼耶
I thought we liked her. Now suddenly we're against her. It's a little bit confusing, I'm not gonna lie. Whoops. Almost missed that one. Actually, you know what? Because we were attacking the tank for whatever reason, which is not going to help the situation. The tanks are just fighting it out over there in the corner. Evie has a 12.5% chance. That's low as hell. Damn, homie. But that explains why you got so many males, to be fair. Noise.
不可能，这绝无可能！难道是我对驯兽的训练还不够严格吗？
虽然打败了他，但总感觉高兴不起来呢。
Ooh, cause there's some drama happening. Let's get out of here. "12 EVs and only one is female." Do you want a female for a particular reason, or just wanted one?
你们打败了那个一路过关斩将的铁骨双刀，为什么我感觉你们好像有点不开心？怎么说呢？这个对手不太友善，说了很多奇怪的话。原来是这样。总觉得这样的驯兽师有点悲哀。那个人明明不了解海尼耶，只凭一个朦胧的印象去揣测。
This feels like you're getting on. Okay, fair enough.
海尼耶要是知道了这种事，大概也会苦恼的吧。而且，那个驯兽师对原本可以成为好朋友的蘑菇伙伴这么严苛，不止自己受到了损失，还会影响。
Like when your toast lands butter side up.
对啊，我觉得莱伊拉的心态就很好。大家都和你一样的话，比赛的气氛也会更和谐、更欢乐。
I mean, to be fair, as a person who lives in a house or has spent her entire life living in a house with animals, I wouldn't eat anything that fell on the floor, regardless of what side the butter was. So while I get the analogy, I've never been like, yeah, this toast fell on the floor, but I'm gonna eat it. Maybe if it falls on the counter. But then again, why is your toast falling? Definitely not the floor. Oh, the amount of fur this dog sheds. And me, actually, to be fair.
看你们开开心心的做出约定，难道我错过了什么关键的讨论吗？
I don't know how there's so much of it, and it's always falling out. Where does it come from?
我们还有些线索，还有些事想要和你商量。
我也很苦恼呢。我抱着随便玩玩的想法参赛。
We have to face Miko in the semifinals. Uh-oh.
只能挤出时间陪着左右家他们取材了。
Endless supply, yeah, it just doesn't stop. Can't stop, won't
你们
stop.
两个倒是不必担心。
Fue Coco King. Oh no, did you get a shiny?
和谐的比赛，
Also, do you like it?
是要稍微认真一点了。
What is your favorite, or like which starter did you pick and which one's your favorite potato?
确实，没想到情况会变成这样。八重小姐居然要和海尼耶对战。
Oh, Quaxley, and you like Quaxley. Okay, I mean fair.
说不定神子就帮我们把海尼
I
耶
got,
打败了呢。
I started with Sprigatito,
虽然那样就不能亲自
and
说
he's
服
very
海尼耶
cute.
了。
He's just like you, Fruity. The Fruity Quaxley. Because let's be real, he's a little fruity. Am I wrong? Oh man. Let me try Burgeon. Can't believe what? What can you not believe? Like so? Actually, yeah, like so. This Burgeon. What? So what's wrong with what I said? What is wrong with what I said? Where is the lie? Oh shit! Layla! I'm sorry, Layla. This is so cute! Please, my heart! Oh my god, that was adorable. You can't beat Layla? Oh, okay. Is it just in the game you can't beat her? Nah, that was so cute, man. Straight up Newman. Nice. Oh shoot. Sorry, Layla.
你和同伴们发挥的比平常还好，转转摇摇手，我很惊喜，
So cute.
很开心。
She sounds like she's about to fall asleep though.
谢谢你们。我和转转悠悠兽的比赛完美落幕了。如果被你以外的人打败
Twilly Willy looks so happy.
还会有点不服气呢。
Now this makes me feel bad that I hunted all those mushrooms before.
转转悠悠兽也很强哦，我们差一点就被你们压倒了呢。唉，不在乎胜负，只是尽情发挥驯兽们的本领，好好比拼一场，这种感觉真的很畅快。 要是每场比赛都像
4 out of 5. Do you not want them?
但是现在神子还在和海尼耶对决，我超级不安。我们赶紧去看看吧。
Oh shit, who am I gonna be fighting? Oh shit. Not this many? You can save one for me. If you can save a Quaxley and a Fuecoco for me, I will take them. My cat is cold, so he's cuddled his way into my sweater. Are you currently wearing your sweater, Blue Saxon? Oh, two pink-haired boss bitches battling it out, Pokemon style.
难道比赛已经结束了？是凝重的气氛，是神子赢了吗？
Any name
你们
requests?
的比赛也完满落幕了，花费了这么长的时间。
You took your
看来
time.
是一场
Yay, what the
相当的
fuck?
对决呢。
嘿嘿，看神子这轻松的口吻， 肯定赢得很轻松。
哎呀呀，我们这边的比赛确实没有任何悬念呢。我和百雷遮罗
Surprise me,
只用了
potato.
短短几招就被海妮耶打败了。
She was my girlie lost. I refuse to accept this outcome.
你那散漫的态度，是在戏弄我吗？
我可不敢轻视你，海妮耶小姐。毕竟你的意志格外坚定，甚至想要毁灭一整个物种。
Ah, Blue Saxon, that's so nice. I miss having a kitty cat. They're so nice, like to... Well, some cats at least. They're so nice to like just chill with. My dog is like, I pet him for like 5 seconds. He's like, okay, treat now. And that's definitely my fault because I use treats as a way to get him to like warm up to me. So now he's like, okay, you pet me, and then I get treats. That's how he views petting.
输掉比赛的明明是8重小姐，反而好像是海妮耶受到的打击更大。
事态变得愈发有趣了。比赛刚开始，百雷遮罗就伤到了火一，海妮耶明显有些慌乱。我只不过是点破他还在自我欺骗这个事实，他的心理防线就快要崩溃了。出人意料的。
Or has it been off for a while? What? That was confusing. He's just my little dude. He doesn't need any treats. He thrives off attention. Oh, that's so nice.
莫非海妮耶并不像他说的那样绝情？他其实是关心火一的，只不过在神子面前暴露了。
答对了。现在正是深入他内心世界的好时机，能改变他的，就只有小家伙们了。
但现在海妮耶已经走远了，我们要去哪里找他呢？
这种时候，他想必在怀疑，一直以来无比决绝的自己究竟受到了什么影响，居然有些动摇。答案就在你们3位身上，你们很清楚他会去什么地方。
Let's say yes.
我遇见旅行者和派蒙的那个地方。仔细想想，那天莱伊拉提到要将驯兽带回日常的生活，当成重要的同伴，海妮耶的脸色就变了。莱伊拉的感觉真的没错，我们快点追上去，和海妮耶好好谈谈。
Miko is literally just a spectator in everything that she does. She just watches other people do their
莱
thing.
伊拉，你就留下来吧。
And she nudges them in the right direction. She knows too much.
不过她并不是你擅长应付的
Like in a good way, I guess.
这次就先交给小家伙们吧。
也是呢，万一我又不小心说错话，刺激了海妮耶，那反而更糟糕。而且大家的动作
Just take a nap, Layla. I'll put you in my pocket.
一般就会累倒吧。
怎么还不动身，小家伙？
Paimon's gone. Paimon's like, let's go.
哎呀，收获比我想象的还要丰富呢。
Bunk stick.
让我也给你加上好运的祝福吧。下次见面的时候，我再和你聊聊我的。
I started making my bunk stick today. but the power's out, so I couldn't really do much, to be honest. Thank God they show us where to go, because I would not remember.
Let's 海妮耶应该在这附近吧？火一总是跟着他，我们应该可以通过火一身上的元素痕迹找到海妮耶。赶快用元素视野看看周围的情况吧。
Nice.
嗯，你们是怎么找到这里的？
我们是追着火一的痕迹找过来的，看见你刚才的状态，我们很不安。等等， 你这是在安慰火一吗？
还真是讽刺。如果火一不是驯兽，而是普通的动物，我大概会为此感到高兴。下次见面就是决赛了，有什么想说的，就等到打败我以后再唠叨。你们的说辞和那个狐狸女人预测的完全一样。你们确实很单纯，很善良，把一些事情想得太过美好。只凭我简单的转述是不能让你们理解的。看看这个吧。
这是。
Oh my goodness, I'm not reading all of that. Woo, Lord!
这是我的祖辈们的记事簿。
You want to invite Bongo Head to a party?
驯兽的攻击，许多人身受重伤。
Why?
这件事在当时不值一提，甚至没有被任何文献记载。
He's a real fun guy.
我的家族成员自我小时候起就反复把它念给我听，教导我。
I mean, yes, he is actually.
原来以前发生过这样的事，难怪你这么仇视驯兽。确实，如果你有这样的过去，应该更能理解这场比赛的可取之处。毕竟意志宝珠能让人们和驯兽和谐相处。
事情没有那么简单。你们认为意志宝珠能让驯兽变得温顺？以前也有学者来到村子里，用相似的道具做过实验，但他们都失败了，丢盔弃甲逃走了。如今的意志宝珠也只能暂时压制驯兽的凶恶本性。脱离了这种道具，驯兽依然万分危险。而且，宝珠的理智增幅会让驯兽的元素力异常活跃，影响周围的环境。身体不够强健的人使用宝珠后，很快就会出现不适症状。
难道说莱伊拉最近老是咳嗽，就是因为意志宝珠的这个缺点？
不用我多说，你们应该也明白。考特里亚是个学术疯子，他只想着扩大自己的影响力，推广驯兽活动。那个埃尔辛根也是个见风使舵的家伙，看中了考特里亚的研究成果，用雄厚的资金宣传这场比赛，从而使人们对驯兽放下戒心。不管怎么样，我不相信他们，不相信凶恶的驯兽可以和人们共处。但作为一个小小的退役佣兵，我的声音无法被任何人听见。我只能在他们的规则里赢得胜利，争取我想要的结局，不让他们得逞。原本我还有一丝希望，期待你们能帮我，结果是我太天真了。不管你们怎么想，怎么看待我，我都会打败你们，从你们身上踏过去。这本笔记就像是我的过去。
Do you want an EV?
你们想要怎么处置它？
Maybe not the EV, because I can probably just catch my own potato.
在那天，我会宣布处死所有驯兽，包括火翼。
But yeah, I wouldn't be able to catch the starters by myself, because they obviously not. You can't catch them in the wild, right?
结果还是失败了，只有在赛场上打败海尼耶这一个选择了。海尼耶好像说过，以前也有学者尝试遏制驯兽造成的灾害。这本笔记还有不少内容，我们再好好读一读吧。
Bonga here's just vibing in the background here. I'm again not reading all of that.
这是海尼耶的祖辈收集的
ASMR, Daddy.
学者们的研究记录。
Sure. Is Siri working today?
字迹潦草，还有很多术语，怎么想都看不懂吧
It's ASMR time. Let's go.
不过有很多有识的词语，好像在这小队里给我们的文件上见过。
You can't just redeem ASMR and then give me a fright like that, sir. Please.
我们仔细一点，对照着文件残卷，
What is
试
that
着解读笔
mushroom
记的内容
slash
吧。
octopus? So, Chris, it is a mushroom. His name is Bongo Head.
捕获装置。
You can, you definitely can, but should you, Daddy? Should you do that?
原来是这样。
It's called an ASMR scare.
驯兽是被药剂影响后
I
才
see.
失控的。学者们造出捕获装置，是为了抓住那些发狂的驯兽。而且现在的花花琼枝就是酷化药剂的改进版，意志宝珠也根本不是考特里亚的发明。考特里亚只不过是在捕获装置的基础上，给自己搞了2个新包装。大
Big
骗
fat
子！
liar.
但考特里亚这么想推广意志宝珠，到底有什么目的？那我们必须早点警告艾尔辛根，不能再资助考特里亚那家伙了。至于海尼耶，当时袭击他祖辈的驯兽全都受到了刺激，这件事他完全不知情，难怪会觉得驯兽不可饶恕呢。
So yeah, this is a mushroom, Chris. I know they do look a little bit like an octopus, but this one is a hydro mushroom. His name is Bongo Head, and he's a very good boy.
别担心，东东小圆嘛，我相信你不会因为花花琼枝变得暴躁。毕竟关闭了意志宝珠后，你也是个好孩子。
Imagine Paimon was mad at you and started to scold you like that.
哎呀，
How do you take it
你好像完全
seriously?
能听懂我的话了。
Definitely wouldn't be able to.
什么时候的事？完全没有注意到。也就是说，现在的东东小圆帽正在凭自己本来的心性和我们共处吗？
Since I can't understand Chinese, I think when Paimon says Don Don, that's Bongo Head's name, but I can't hear the last part of it. But Don Don makes sense because it's a bongo, it's a drum, right? It's very fucking cute.
所以说嘛，我绝不同意海尼耶关于驯兽还会失控的推测。
I think Chris, it would be similar to like a child, when like a child shouts at you. It's just like very hard to take him seriously.
海尼耶说的有道理呢。
The only difference is that Paimon is at like eye level, whereas child is below you.
驯兽伙伴就不能一直待在普通人身边。我还以为可以和东东小圆帽一起继续旅行下去呢，就不能想想办法吗？虽然有点可惜，但目前看来也只能这样了吧。现在距离决赛还有一段时间，我们要向教练院报告考特里亚的事吗？确实呢，考特里亚能干出这种大事，肯定谋划了很久。如果我们打算戳穿他的事被他提前知道了，他应该也会提防我们的。不管怎么样，决赛的那天我们一定要拿出全力，先打败海涅耶，让他别再固执，然后说服埃尔辛根一起揭露考特里亚的阴谋。
Alrighty, fantastic. Alright, so I'm guessing we're getting close to the end here. All the way to the end. Let's go. Oh shit. Yeah, sometimes the ASMR, if I'm busy doing like the story, I don't really speak that much. I guess that's the only problem when I play Genshin, if there is an event that I'm doing. Oh, I don't remember what the time was. Fuck. This is fine. Oh shit, you can see in the desert in the background there. That's actually pretty cool. That's pretty interesting. Never really looked before, I guess. Oh, 8 o'clock. Fuck. I thought it said 6 o'clock. Just a little bit further. There we go. Tap your nails on the mic. The only thing is I have what I call a foam condom. So like, I don't think it would make any noise, but let me just... Daddy! What the... I don't know if that even sounds... I don't think it would sound nice. I think I would have to tap something else. That doesn't sound very nice either. I don't really have things to... Well, that's even worse. This one? This glass. I have chosen two Pokemon's names. Listen, okay, so my one nail is shorter than the other. Now time to be a real ASMR artist. Time to start licking the mic? No. Absolutely not. That's kind of gross. Just kind of gross. All right, let's pop the timer back on. Because Daddy is evil. And he wants me to just sit here and whisper. So that's cool, I guess.
准备好了吗？今天是月联杯最重要的日子。
Alright. It's the finals. We're gonna go kick ass and take names.
诸位观众与选手，经历多场激烈角逐后，月联杯的决赛总算要开幕了。驯兽师海尼耶将与旅行者一较高下。他们之中的胜者，若是能通过最终考验，就能获得我的全部财产，接过继续举办这场大赛的责任，向全体瓦特继续传播和平之道。
今天考特里亚没在场，是个好机会。决赛和最终考验之后，我们先去提醒埃尔辛根，然后再找考特里亚当面对质吧。神子、莱伊拉，你们来啦！
不出所料，急躁的学术狂人终究在两位主角的面前露出了马脚。你们的推测或许接近真相喽。暂时不向教令院上报的决定也相当谨慎。
I actually need to double check to see what their name was in the Discord. Give me a second.
现在的情况也容不得我们放松警惕吧，毕竟要和那个最强的海尼耶对战了，也不知道埃尔辛根的最终考验到底是什么情况。但我们还不知道怎么说服海尼耶。
What was his name?
答案已经很明显了吧？带上我们的驯兽，干净利落地打败海尼耶。 让他放弃油盐不进的态度，老老实实听你们说明真相。
There we go.
我相信你们。
Alright. I've stumbled upon the ASMR guys before. I won't judge because it's actually really relaxing sometimes. Thing is, like, I don't think I can do the. I can't do the whole ASMR thing. I kind of added it as a joke. And a lot of people redeem it, and I don't know why.
好呀。
I'm not very good at being quiet. The slime ones are great. I like the ones where they cut things. So now you're the joke? I am Daddy, but I'm always the joke. What the heck? Why are you here if I'm not the joke? Oh. Oh. What the fuck? Obviously. That's so weird. Also, Potato, I tagged you on Discord for the person who wanted the ducky. Does that octo on your mic change colors? He is pink on the inside, but I don't flip him over. He stays this way.
要将他们当成棋子指挥。现在看来，你们并没有改观，所以这场比赛会毫无悬念的结束。
说得对，我们和东东、小圆帽还有其他伙伴的默契绝对不会输。
唉，就让你们见识一下好了，你们那软弱的打法和真正的驯兽师之间的差距。
Also, do you know what his name is, Daddy? Do you know what the little octopus's name is? Because he has a very cute and funny name.
时机已到，点燃一切吧！
Nice. no, Daddy, what have you done? Hey, yo, Daddy, what clips are you making? So please be serious for a second. What do you mean? I mean, if I wasn't in the middle of a Pokemon battle, then maybe. But you must also post it on the Discord. Because then it's easier for me to find. Hou Yi is if I'm not mistaken, is actually a Chinese fire god. He like either he is like a phoenix or something, or he's just like associated with them. You have an ad?
不要责怪火翼，也不要勉强自己嘛，海尼耶。半决赛的时候，你明明因为火翼受伤而犹豫过。除了我们和神子，你
Daddy's punishment for all his sussy clips is that he gets lots of ads. You're having some noodles?
勉强自己。事到如今，你们还觉得我会因为驯兽受伤而动情？
海尼耶，你听着可怕的故事长大。
Daddy, did you eat today?
看法我们完全能理解。可是，只凭一个模糊的印象，就把
Guess who burned his hand? Oh my goodness, Hassan. I hope it wasn't you. Why are you not eating, Daddy?
我们经常讨伐凶恶的驯兽。以前我们也把驯兽当成纯粹的魔物，就连我们参赛的目的都是防止这些驯兽惹出乱子。但遇见了东东小圆帽后，我们发现
Because you're not hungry yet?
以真情实感对待温和的驯兽，他们也会做出回应。
But Shannon said you haven't eaten today.
至少这些温和的驯兽是你的伙伴，而不是棋子或敌人。
You tried to carry it with your hand? Hassan, you need like a...
信任你的其他驯兽。
You need something. Either like a mitten or like a hand towel or don't hold the pot with your hand. You eat once or twice a day. I mean, so do I. We don't do that here. You just have to be strong. Just be strong, Hassan. Oh shit, we're going again? Why are we fighting again? This is against regulations, okay? This is very much against regulations. Just gonna throw this out there. Who's the healer? Get him. It's GG's once you get the healer. You need to get good first. That's also true. How is it your first meal of the day, Hassan? It's literally... Ugh. You drive me insane. Isn't your thing already gonzos? Oof. Oof. I saw Indomie at the one shop I went to. I wanted to get it, but I didn't. I bought a lot of noodles. Your parents not home? Oh. His son's not very big on cooking. He says he doesn't like egg with noodles. Do you know how to cook a fried egg, Hassan?
百雷遮罗和你的火翼，我们要用大家的驯兽一起通过最终考验。那天拿到了你的记事簿，和你谈话后，我们确定了很多事，关于驯兽的安全性。你的看法也有可取之处。
The fact that you have to ask Hassan speaks volumes. It says a lot.
该被过度宣传，驯兽和人们也不能亲密无隙的生活在一起。但是不断
To be fair though,
用它们和驯兽好好
I really like
找出善良的驯兽，慢慢
boiled
了解这个
eggs
群体
more than
这点是
fried
可
eggs.
行的。
Especially if like the yolk is nice and runny.
没有固执和嘴硬的死板。
I love that shit.
火翼大概也更喜欢一个总是为他着想的主人吧。
We use olive oil with everything here. To be fair, I think it's pretty common in South Africa as well. I use a lot of coconut oil as well for cooking because it doesn't have a strong taste, so it doesn't influence any of the taste. Soft boil, yeah, definitely. I don't like the only time I would have a hard boiled egg is if I'm making like an egg mayo sandwich. You've never had coconut oil? Avocado oil is super expensive. I think it's because I don't know if we grow avocados in South Africa. I know there's a lot of people who have trees, but I don't know about like egg salad. Yes, exactly. I don't know. I think avocado oil here is very expensive. Not that I'd cook with it. Not at least not a fried egg. But sesame oil, I fucking love that shit. What else do I use? Oh shit, you fatty. Where did they come from? Did I miss something? Hi Lich, how are you? Is that a lot or not, Hassan? I don't know. Oh? Oh! He was a bad guy all along.
对于这种绝境，你也准备了应对方案吗？
我不明白，现在不是在最终考验吗？幕后黑手不应该是考特里亚吗？他想利用这场比赛取得成就，所以骗你给他出钱。
No, sesame. I wouldn't fry. That's why I said that. I wouldn't fry an egg with sesame oil, but I do really like it.
确实如此，他发掘的失落技术有着绝佳的潜力。 所以我才买下了它，举办了这场比赛，扩大这项技术的影响力。
Oh, it's a lot for oil.
我没想到，你这样的高价值目标，居然会主动。
Yeah, I've never even looked at avocado oil. I feel like it would be very expensive. You know what's good? Lots of things are good, Daddy. Hey Yoda, are you good, homie? Runny egg that's fried with rice and chilies. I'm so sad because I have an electric stove and I suck at cooking eggs. What the heck are they doing? They're stealing my babies? The audacity.
一旦我启动这条指令，所有被宝珠控制的驯兽。
You use gas stoves since it's cheaper. Yeah, I think it's better in South Africa as well because then we don't get hit with load shedding, so we can actually cook food. I feel like cooking eggs on a gas stove is much nicer because I do it at Ray's parents' house. And I much prefer that. The electric stove, it takes so long to fucking heat up and then the eggs cook so quickly. But I have to wait so long for the fucking thing to heat up. It's the worst. And I think my stove, I know like some of the plates got repaired recently, but like some of them were like heating up even slower. Hi Professor Henny, how are you? How's the shiny hunt going? I have no shinies yet, but my boyfriend caught a shiny Psyduck in front of me. So rude. The audacity of that man. Have you ever had Middle Eastern food? You know, when people ask me that, I'm always just like, I wonder about the authenticity of it. Because I've had trauma before. But it's made by like a chain restaurant. So how good is it really? Like Chinese food is very common here. Super common. Doesn't matter what neighborhood you live in, there's gonna be a Chinese place nearby. Which is great, because the food is super tasty, and they always give you like fucking massive portions as well. So it's dinner today and lunch tomorrow as well, most of the time. You only have 3? Henny, I only have 0. 0 shinies. 0. Chinese food is rare to find, and you don't like it? You don't like that it's rare to find, or you don't like Chinese food? Because I love Chinese food.
不必急着出手，驯兽对驯兽，战士对战士。等到旅行者的伙伴被击溃，信念
Both. Fair enough, fair enough. I wouldn't know where to go to get other food. Like, the only thing I can think of is, like, there's a shawarma place. Good Chinese food is rare. Oh, shit! Cool. I honestly don't know what I'm supposed to do here. I have 1 mushroom. What? Every weekend. Ooh. I'm curious.
Because you look thirsty as fuck right now.
Thank you, Lich. I am gonna take a sip of my tea instead, though, if that's okay.
Can you believe that they're still together after all the shit they've been through?
Yoda? What do you mean, sir? Thank you for the hydrate, Lich. How are you doing, by the way? I don't know if I asked you earlier or not. Not all shawarma restaurants are good here. Ah, so you have to know where to go. You have to know the right place. Fair enough. I mean, it's the same here as well. Hey, this fox is way too sharp, man. I'm doing good. I'm doing good, Lich. We just chillin'.
海尔辛根，原来你才是主谋。相比驯兽的威胁，你的野心更不可饶恕。
Yeah, we.
我们赶快去帮忙吧。
You know, your butt cheeks cake.
You don't know. Oh my god.
之间的默契绝不会被世俗的阴谋和技术破坏。艾雷遮罗，你的任务还没完成，怎么能屈服呢
？Bunk stick. I can't believe it, Yoda. I can't believe you said that. Hania means a happy thing. That's kind of cute, though. Don't be sorry, Yoda. That was great. I quite like that.
上传悠悠说，我相信你，打败那个骗子吧。
Poor Layla. She's out of breath just from talking to her mushroom.
后门指令对驯兽伙伴们的影响正在消退。
还在犹豫吗，海尼？你害怕看到你一直想要当成棋子的驯兽始终坚信着你，让你不得不正视自己逃避的情感。但你的驯兽似乎等不及了，脱离了意志宝珠的控制后，它也在等待你的命令呢。
That's cute as hell.
你真的在等我吗？对不起，我一直对你这么苛刻，你还相信着我。去做你该做的事吧。
虽然不知道是什么原理，但驯兽们全都清醒过来了，太好了！艾尔辛根，你这个卑鄙的家伙，准备好迎接我们的怒火吗
？Let's go。
有序迎战，不要慌。对方只是驯兽罢了，优势依然在我们这边。
Boy。
胜利属于我们！东东小圆帽，打出
Shit! Look at that. Wombo combo. Let's take this guy out. Because he literally has like no health. But wait, there's more. Healer first. Nice. Ah, Lena, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the posse. How are you doing? Can't believe he jumped out of my ability. What a dingleberry. Get him! There we go. These mushrooms are such good babies. Yeah! I think we're making good progress in this mushroom event. Do you also play Genshin Impact? Are you the very best like no one ever was? I hope so. I hope so.
婶子，你怎么不拦住他呀？
嗯，作为游客，我似乎没有在须弥境内逮捕谁的权利。唉，你们不也一样吗？不过你们放心好了。
You haven't had time to do this event? Okay. Let me just warn you and say that like the my words are escaping me. I'm trying to word, but it's challenging. There's like the brackets. When you every time you move up in the bracket, there's a little bit of story. So I would say if you have a couple hours, just sit and go through it. Because it's not just straight battling. The other stuff is just straight battling. This is like, you have to like, go through the dialogue. So, something to take note of. You can't just quickly whip through this event. This actually has quite a lot of dialogue. At least it's all spoken dialogue, which is really nice. I don't play in a language that I can understand just by listening, but it's okay. Because I've got you guys for company while I go through all of this. I, however, don't read these because even if I were playing off stream, I wouldn't read these. You're off work tomorrow? Oh, you're off for Thanksgiving? I'm just making an assumption there because I know it's Thanksgiving tomorrow. Mm. So does everyone have Thanksgiving Day off? Or are like some places still open? Because in South Africa on like Christmas and shit, like very often some places like supermarkets and stuff will stay open for like a certain amount of time. Maybe close at like midday or 12. Oh, it's just a coincidence? Well, one, that's really cool that you're Irish, because I don't know if I've ever... I lie. I do know someone from Ireland. But also a very interesting coincidence that you also have tomorrow off. Almost everyone, a few places here. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think a lot of supermarkets will stay open because like people get like last minute food and shit. Jargon's 30% Irish. That's where the pasty whiteness comes from. They beat you? I'm sorry. It's a competition to be the first nationality here. 7 kinds of white European. All I know about my family is that at least 3 grandparents were from England, and the one is up in the air. I know she had, I think, an aunt that was Irish, and I'm like, where was she from though? I have no idea. Because she passed away when I was pretty young, but I know we had an aunt. So I couldn't understand her when I was younger. So not only did she have a very strong accent, but she also spoke very fast. But the plus side is that I was a very young kid. So I would just like stare at her and she would say something and I like an idiot. I have no idea what she was saying. We used to talk on the phone sometimes as well, but this is even with my English grandparents. I'd be like, I don't know, I don't understand the words that are coming out of your mouth. But it was fine. I always got put on the phone with them, like to keep in contact with our grandparents. It was some crazy shit. But yes, all of the pasty whiteness. I can't go outside without turning pink. Sunburn is a real threat for me. Fuck. All of my family, honestly. Because my father used to get really badly sunburnt as well. I love her so much. She's so sassy. Hi, V! How you doing? You used to get sunburned when you were a child, your skin's kind of used to it, but you still... Oh, you need to be careful, Hassan. He has tomorrow off, Hassan, so you guys should play League of Legends tomorrow. Just message Jargon when you wake up in the morning. You're like, hey, do you want to play League? And he's legally not allowed to say no. Am I still excited? Listen, I'm trying not to think about it, Vitrix. Because I've been waiting. Ryan has been teasing, has been posting things on Twitter like this whole week. 2 weeks? I don't know how long he's been posting for. But I'm just... I want to see. I want to know. The teaser is very cute though. And it's a nice wallpaper. You have to do this miserable event tomorrow. I'm sorry, friend. At least you can skip past. When I go to the Dead Sea, it's super hot. There's so much air pressure. Oh, really? Oh, I had no idea. Your ears will feel weird? What? Maybe I'll go there someday. Yeah, just the teaser, Vitrix. It looks really, really cool. You'd wake up early to play games with Hassan? Yeah? You gonna play League?
但大家不会和伙
哎呦
伴们分开很久的。在海尼耶照顾驯兽期间，我们会向教练院提出改进意志宝珠的请求，尽快解决这个问题。而且这次的比赛很有趣，只开一次就太可惜了嘛，大家也没有尽兴吧。
It will be gone in 10 years because of the heat? Okay, well I guess we better visit sooner than that then.
到时候再来较量一番吧。
Your account is probably hacked and banned because it's been so long.
对我的惩罚吗？
说是给亚军的奖励，或许更合适呢。
放松一点，海尼耶小姐。其实与蘑菇伙伴相处是很开心的事。
Man, I love Twirly Willy.
没错吧，转转悠悠兽。
So
我
cute.
还有点舍不得呢。以后转转悠悠兽就要交给你来照顾。
Aww. Can we please get a summoner that summons these little mushrooms? How cute would that be?
你们真是奇妙。
海尼耶，我们都在所有人面前宣布这个决定了，你可要打起精神来呀！
Your parents are trying to move. You guys are welcome. Oh damn, her son.
不必
It's
多
her
说，
son hotel.
我明白你们的意思。
You have to be there to make us noodles though. You're not allowed to go.
我接受你们的安排。
We need a live-in
我负担
chef.
自己的责任好好照顾这些驯兽。
You have to make the food for us as well, so you better learn.
嘿嘿，早点露出这种表情就好了嘛。这才是
My
我们希望
account name
交朋友的
apparently
超级厉害的
Interstellar was
海尼耶
awful.
大家就先和
What is
自己的伙伴
Interstellar? I
相
haven't
处
seen
玩耍一
it.
段时间吧。
You know me, I don't really
之后
watch
我们再来
movies.
奥莫斯港碰头。
You guys might get food poison. Oh man, that's so funny. Right. So what is there left to do? Hey yo! Free Dory! Nice. Cool, so that's done. I've bought out the shops. This is done. Of course, I was the champion. And now I've finished all of these. So does that mean I'm done with this event? And now we can start on the next one. No, I'm joking. I don't think I have it in me to... yeah. to start the next event. Oh, I still need to do the survey. I'll do that another day. What is Interstellar? I haven't watched it, obviously. Alright. Oh wait, this is not done? I still have a story to do? It says wait 2 days. Oh my goodness. It's a shitty movie about space. Okay. Uninhabitable in the future. Farmer and ex-nurse about it. Joseph Cooper is tasked to pilot a spacecraft along with the... Oh, is this the guy who grows potatoes on Mars or something? It's overrated. Yeah, I don't really watch a lot of movies, so like... I must have missed the trend. That's The Martian. That movie is dope? Okay. Well, we need to do movie nights again, though. For realsies, not for play. We need to do movie nights again. I need to do cosplay streams, and we need to have community games. I need to get back on my bullshit, in fact. Martian was filmed in the Jordan Desert. No way! Desert? Which desert? Damn, you went there as a kid? Did I hear movie nights? I want to do movie nights again, Yoda. Because I don't have to worry about work anymore, right? Because this is my job. So... You hate this? The language? Sorry, Hassan. Sunday, Thursday, and then the next Sunday as well.
我们去了很远的地方露营，见识到了不一样的星空美景。
You have to study 9 chapters.
不过，清单上提
So they left out 2 chapters. Does that help?
这样的食材经常呛得我不停咳嗽，我还是没能找到转转悠悠兽的最爱。如果改进后的意志宝珠能让我们和驯兽直接对话就好了。我把这件事也写在信里，
Wow.
托人问问生论派的资深学者吧。
Oh my goodness. So, was it a... It doesn't help at all? I didn't think so. I was like, only 2 chapters. That doesn't sound like much help. Is it all in English, Hassan?
为了伙伴居然能做到这种程度，力气消耗过度了，我们赶快去见8重小姐
That's
吧，
crazy.
不然我要撑不住了。
You better learn your desserts then, yeah. You better study, Hassan. Don't want to be writing the wrong things in your exams. I wonder how strict are they, Hassan? Like, have you gotten any of your exams back? Like, do they let you go over it and see what mistakes you made? Or like spelling errors or using the wrong word? How strict are they?
你这就要走了吗？总感觉你都没好好在须弥玩玩。
我早就尽兴了，托你们的福，这次的取材很顺利，不只得到了宝贵的参赛体验。
His son gets 60% on his exam. They write skill issue.
不如直接让左右家放弃
Desserts are hard. Remember, there are 4 different types of pie. Wait, what? That's the wrong there. Yoda.
对啊，现在我终于明白了，原来你之前给过我们好多次暗示。明明早点揭穿埃尔辛根就可以了，为什么要绕这么大的弯子呀？
一开始就点破真相，岂不是太无聊
No, Yoda.
我很想见识一下你们会如何应对
Oh my god. Are you tired, Yoda? Have you eaten today?
你们给了我一个莫大的惊喜。
There. Yes. Congrats, Yoda.
和驯兽之间的故事
Oh, Ash, you still need help?
与仆从的展开。但你们有了在这之上的答案，平等默契的伙伴。
You gonna go sleep? I mean, I don't want to say you need it, Yoda, because it's rude to tell people that they need sleep. But maybe you do. Maybe you do need to go sleep.
以他的手腕，也许还会闹腾一会儿。
我又开始听不懂了，下次还是把神子的话写下来，拿回去好好研究吧。
先聊到此为止，拜雷遮罗就交给你们了。
Aww.
记得照顾好他哟。你们和海尼耶都要加把劲呢。这样有趣的大赛能否继续举办下去，全都取决于你们今后的作为了。我还有点期待呢。
Like you're starting to procrastinate. I would say take a break, Ash. If it's feeling like super tedious, almost not worth it, just take a break. It's okay to take a break. No need to push too hard. I don't think it's a very fun activity. You'll stay up with your broken English. It's fine. It's fine. No one's judging here. Not really. If we actually judge people on their language, on their whatever language they're speaking, like then I must especially if it's like, okay, Yoda, maybe you don't have an excuse if English is your first language. However, we're nice to her son because it's not his first language. And he now has to study medicine in English. Like, that's intense. Wait, Yoda, did you genuinely make that mistake? I thought you were joking with us. Kindle joy. That's cute. You want the stamina? Fair, I guess. It's been a while since I messed up. Oh wait, I already read that one. If anyone wants to check the mistakes, you need to go to the professor's office. Oh shit, okay. Maybe not then. Multiple choice. Oh, that's not too bad. Genuine mistake. Oh, Yoda. Sorry, friend. That's so funny though.
这样一来，就到了分别的时候了。去吧，转转悠悠手，要好好听海妮叶的话哦。百雷真罗，等到下次举办驯兽师大赛，神子还会来看你的哦。
啊！
动动小圆嘛，我们再来击掌吧。这段时间我很开心，你也要高高兴兴的生活，期待着和我们重逢的那天呀。
希望人和驯兽和谐共处的那天能尽早到来。我相信你们，等着你们的好消息。
Bongo head, 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 bongo head,
head bongo, head bongo, head bongo, head bongo. You want to get all the Geoculus before you continue? Oh. You know, Ash, as we say here in this channel, skill issue. Skill issue. No, I'm joking. But skill issue. You posted a pic. Oh my goodness. Oh shit. Oh, Bubble posted. Does Bubble have Bubble has the same keyboard as me. I think that's the same keyboard. It looks like mine actually. That's why I say that. But yes, son. Gotta take care of the old people. Bubble is inside your house. I mean, my keyboard lights are green, not pink, but you know. It's okay. Alright, so we've caught up with the event. You're having a major skill issue right now and you need help to solve it. Do you use the things to find them? So you get these things, where are they? These things. The resonance stones. Do you use these to find the Geoculus? Because that'll help a lot. You need to take care of yourself? You do. Because if you don't, who will? Alright, I wanted to just check something. Dory! Not yet. Just do it, Ash. It'll make your whole life much easier if you just do that. Did I do dailies, actually? I think I did. I have 60 resin now? Shit. Using the interactive map? Yeah, but the interactive map only helps you so much. And the problem with the interactive map is, like, if you don't remember where you've been, then you have to figure that out as well. Which is kind of a cuck thing to have to deal with. I'm gonna... I always forget about Lumine Jam. She's even wearing the hat. That was so good. Oh, you're marking the ones you've got? Okay, that's not too bad. But even so, this thing literally shows you where to go. It's very easy once you start using them. Okay. What do I need to do? Oh, Gama-chama! Set me on fire. I'm not follow best Tato. Gama! Unbelievable, Gama. I don't know if I am best Tato anymore. I don't know if I can believe you. It's fine. You have no idea how many people I follow like on Twitter, and then when I go like watch their stream, I'm like, I didn't follow. So I always wait for them to finish streaming so I can follow them offline, because I don't want to be like publicly roasted online. Thank you, Jargon. I'm always best Tato. Thank you, Gama. Gama-chama. Thank you, thank you. Oh, a double shout out there. You're playing Slime Rancher too? Gama, what do you think of it? Because I honestly was not so impressed after playing the finished and or polished, I guess we can use that word as well, for the first game. Like, yeah, I was a little bit disappointed. There's a lot of things that aren't in the game yet. And I know it's like early access, but still. Ah! Chickeny macaroni, chilling with the homies. Chicky wing, hot dog and bologna. Chickeny macaroni, chilling with the homies. Welcome, homies. Hot dog and bologna. Chickeny macaroni, chilling with the homies. Welcome, homies. Welcome, snack fam. Senjin, what were you playing? What were you doing? Oh, you were playing the Genshins? How are you finding it? Welcome, welcome, Sudden Pineapples. I love the name, by the way. Sudden Pineapples. Chaotic co-op would make it swanky. I think that someone was actually asking me if it has co-op. Yeah, I think Slime Rancher with co-op would be really fun. You're a potato god. You are best Tato. Thank you. Thank you, Ash. Yeah, Senjin. What's the time now? It's 11. Are you getting the hang of Genshin? I know that Senjin's quite new to Genshin and he was figuring things out earlier this week. Okay, I made resin. I wanted to check what we're doing. Bugs? No. Ooh? My Genshin button's broken. Let me just type it quick. It's Genshin ads. Like so. There we go. So I play on EU. I do have an NA account, but it's kind of poo-poo caca, to be honest. Because I don't play on it too much. I should. I really should, but I don't. Because I have like 20,000 other games that I want to play as well, so... Quite slow pace, but otherwise fun. That's always good to hear. Toto helped you out with some stuff as well. Oh, nice. That's perfect. That's perfect. Senjin, it's a little bit, I guess I want to say like it's a little bit rocky in the beginning. Like when I started playing, basically when I came out, it was kind of just like, you know, figuring shit out. But these days, there's so many people that can help you and give you tips and stuff. You're on EU? Okay, that's perfect, Gamma. That's perfect. Your Zhangling is 80? Best girl. Zhangling, best girl. Look at her. How could you not love her? And Gorba, best boy. I love them with all my heart. Also, Gorba is best friends with Oz, in case you guys didn't know. So not only is she adorable, she's got Shiba Inu eyebrows. Come on, guys. Come on. You don't love her? This is polearm impact, okay? We love the polearm characters, yeah? You did her intro quest today? What do you think of her, Senjin? She cute as hell. I love her. A Sino main? Oh shit. Sino, so I did the, I don't have Sino, but I did the like, the test run for him, and I hated how much fun it was to play with him. But I was saving up, like... We can go have a look. I had to save up for her, for Nahida. I was like, I can't... I think my... Oh wait, this button should work. There we go. I saved up hella. You can see I skipped meta over here because I wanted Nihida so badly. So, listen, Gamma, if you play Sino, I'll bring my Nana. My Nana's a good girl. She does big boom boom bakudans. She's not Klee, but, you know. Sino needs a good team, definitely. But, you know, that's kind of true for all of the characters. Like, I think a lot of people forget that about your team in Genshin. Your team, it needs to be centered around a main DPS to make that DPS shine. Like, all of my best teams, it's because they have great supports. That's literally how you play the game. Not quite your flavor? I mean, that's fine. That's fine. Your Genshin luck is super good. You never save? Listen, Gamma, it's the same for my boyfriend. In front of me, before my very eyes, he pulled 2 Yaemikos and Kagura's Verity. I was like, bro, give me peace. You need to sleep? No worries, sweetest dreams, Gamma. We'll see you. I'll see you tomorrow, definitely. I can't wait. I'm very excited. Very excited. So yeah, like your main DPS is set up by the supporting characters. One of my best teams is my Geo team. All support. They're all here to make Ito shine. Because we have Zhongers. Okay, he make dong, he make meatball, right? That's his job, which is fine. This one, he buffs. This one, he buffs and heals. But these ones are also very big batteries as well, both of these boys. So they keep the other two like stocked up. The rotation is good. The rotation is good. So not only do you need to have good... Ah, Sudden Pineapples, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the posse. Do you also... Do you... you didn't realize you didn't... Don't worry about it. It's okay. Doesn't matter. You're here. Yes, Senjin is here, Yoda. I don't even know if I introduced myself correctly, but, you know, I'm just sitting here chatting about Genshin, so it's fine. Yeah, your support characters are so important. So important. You need to have... It needs to be team synergy, but it also, like, it needs to make sense. Like, so, the way Goro works, if you have 3 Geos, that's like optimal. That's why I have the comp that I have, because this is like the optimal thing. You could swap out Zhongers for like, I don't know, maybe Ningguang. I don't know how she works exactly. Or you could have Albedo as well. Honestly, I don't know how they work, but I wouldn't use Noelle, to be fair, or Yunjin, because Yunjin doesn't shine. Even though she's a Geo character, she wouldn't shine in this comp. So not only do you need to know all of that, but like this shit as well. This is also very useful to know. There's a lot of aspects, unfortunately, when it comes to team building, but at the same time, at this point in the game, there's so much information online. And if you're on my Discord as well, I have there's like a, what is it called? It's like a doc online that you can read through, and it has builds, it has recommended stats, it tells you what weapons to use, and it gives you like 5-star recommendations, but also 4-star and even 3-star. Can we get the other shouty outy for Sudden Pineapples? Because I think I follow. Because I know I've seen that name before. So yeah, this team works really well for me because I've built it around Ito. The same with my Freeze team. I do follow. Okay, we're good. I remember. I think I followed you on Twitter as well. I think that's where I found you at first. I found you on Twitter first, I think. So yeah, this team also built around Ayaka, my main DPS. Okay, we need to freeze, right? So that's why we got Kokomi and Xingqiu. This is gonna change in the future, but for now, I have Rosaria. Why? Because she buffs Ayaka's crit rate. Why do I need that? Because my stats for Ayaka, she needs it. So, your team needs to be built around your main DPS. Don't matter who your main DPS is. This one is just national. This one is just fuck all the shit up. That's how this team works. Bennett, Xingchu, Xiangling, and I use Hazel. But there's like a couple people that you can use. I know some people use Raiden with National. There's some people who use Tartugles with National. I think Kazuha? Shh, Yoda, sorry, that's a sore spot. Let's continue. And then this is my other team. It's still kind of a work in progress. Nahida and Yae are pretty good, but the other two need a little bit of work. But yeah, again, this is, I guess, Yae is technically my main DPS here. Nahida's like off field, but she's also, so she buffs EM like hella, which is good because my build for Yae Miko relies on that. Cookie relies on EM, Sucrose relies on EM. This is a hella EM team. So yeah, it's a lot of information. No wonder there were 2 tabs.
Daddy underscore screamed daddy 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 daddy.
Daddy, why? It was good though, I liked it. Very silly, Daddy. I follow on Twitter, can't believe I didn't follow on Twitch. But you see, I was having that conversation with Gamma earlier as well, because I do that all the time. Oh, this is Vape Nation. I just made this as a lols, but it could possibly work. I don't know. But yeah, I follow people on one platform and then completely forget to follow them on another one. Gamma was like, set me on fire because she didn't follow me before. That's very funny. Okay, I said I was gonna go do domains or something, right? I don't think... Oh, I needed to check. Because my girly is so close, yet so far. I need 10. And I need this as... Oh my god. Oh. I might have to go farm materials again. Because every character in Inazuma uses those goddamn handguards. Also, if anyone's like new to Genshin, if you need help... You don't know where to go, what to do. Except Ash, who wants to do Geoculus. Go make these, Ash. This is my advice for you. Go make these. Stop your suffering, please. Just go make them. Facts. You gotta try Hyper Bloom team with Nana, Toddy, and Cookie. So, uh-oh.
Daddy underscore screamed incoming phone call from Maureen.
Oh.
The results are in. You are not the father.
I hate that so much, Daddy. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm not the father. Thank goodness. Okay, so I still need another 3. So maybe I might go farm that. I don't know if anybody wants to join. Anybody want to get their badonkadonks in here? Why are you laughing, Daddy? What's funny, Daddy? It should have been you are not the daddy. That's what you should have done. This was a missed opportunity. You need to redeem yourself now, Daddy. Please, sir. It's got to be on brand. It's got to be on brand. You're not even level 1? Oh, no. Wait, why are you speedrunning? Why are you speedrunning that? It says you're not the father. It should be you're not the daddy. Why it say you're not the father? You're not the daddy. I'm not the daddy. You're the daddy. You can't help. You're too weak. It's okay, Roxy. But if anyone's world level 8 and you want to join for this, I just want to do a couple runs because I need the sauce for Miko. Okay, that's friendship squad. You coming, Yoda? Okay. Ooh, I almost clicked start. Don't do that. Lul. Nana. Doo-da-doo. Pixu.
Daddy underscore screamed my sprinkler goes like this.
AR-49?
And comes back like still dirt.
Nah, I like that one, Daddy. I really like that one. The sprinkler one. It's probably my favorite one, to be honest. But yeah, nicely done, Roxy. Keep going, keep going. Once you get to, I think once you get to 55, I think you'll be able to join us. But also, Roxy, I don't know if you know, but I do on Wednesdays, which is today, kind of like in the beginning of stream, we do boss kills together. So I'll join your world. Like world level doesn't matter. I'll join your world and.
Daddy underscore screamed the lawnmower goes shirshi area vovavoom shirri and rice burners go wow 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 ow 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 ow.
What's a rice burner? I feel like a rice burner would more go like shit 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 rather than ow 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 ow. But yeah, if you if you need help with boss kills, like we do boss kills on Wednesdays, so I'm happy to. It's a rude name for a car. It is. Oh. That went. All right, I'm ringing. I don't know what this domain is, but this is what I'm bringing, so... Ooh!
Daddy underscore screamed here's another sprinkler just for you. The sprinkler goes like piss.
Roxy, I don't know if you're on my Discord, but if you are, or if you want to join, I'm going to be sending out notifications every Wednesday. God, please let me remember to do that. To check in to see who wants to join. I might do a sign-up sheet. You are on? Okay, perfect. To do like a sign-up sheet. So if people want to join for the boss kills, if they want to do it, we can organize, we can make a group. Because I do baby runs, so people whose world level is not 8, and then we do what I call the big boy runs, and that's people for level 8. We'll just do it together. So yeah, we'll be doing that. I'll try and keep on top of that, but that's the plan at least. Try and help as many people, because I know like the boss fights can be a little bit intimidating, but if you do it with a group of friends, I died so many times tonight. That was terrible. I did really badly, but it's okay. You're gonna join the baby run? Perfect. We just need to get Mao to level up his world level, right? Is your world level 5, Roxy? Are you waiting for... What do people call him? Gmail, Yahoo? G-Spots? Oh, it's these guys. Oh, gross. Oh. Ow, you bastards. Sirs, please. Please, give me peace. Looking to load shedding. No worries. Thank you, Sinjin. That invitation goes out to you as well, by the way. If you need help with the bosses, I'm happy to help. Don't matter who, don't matter what. We will kick some boss badonkadonks. But yes, thank you for the lurkies. Oh, you're 6? Okay. So, I don't know if you do... Do you like fight all the... Oh, that's nice. Do you fight all the bosses, like, every week? Because, yeah, it's good for the battle pass as well, if that's something that you struggle to get through. As long as it's not timed. Are the boss fights timed? I actually have no idea, to be honest. Why are you calling me those things? Because I see your other friends calling you that, and I'm just like, what a weird thing to say. I'm gonna start without you guys. Bye! Remember that one time we were doing domains with Yoda and we had to hold his hand to get him to move? That was funny. I don't know if I'm the only one who found it funny, but I thought that shit was funny. Oh, Jesus! Listen here, guys. Oh man, fuck this guy in particular. Ow! Damn, guys, do you want to fucking calm down? I honestly can't see shit in this domain because everything's just fucking exploding. You battle with them? Oh, don't feel bad asking, Roxy. For realsies, we're gonna make sure that you have even so. Mao's world is only on level 5, but even if you can just do the level 5 one, I think it's okay. Just the fact that you'll be getting it done then and getting the boss materials, 100%. We can do that then. Because then, yeah, you'll definitely be killing. Paimon, the best travel companion ever. Debatable. I don't know. Yoda? I don't want to ask if you're having a stroke, but... But yeah, we'll sort out the bosses. And I also don't minding, especially for the babies, for the baby runs. I don't mind also helping, like, if you need domains, if you need, like, the other smaller world bosses as well. We can chat a bit about, like, builds and shit as well, so...
Daddy_screams testing.
Get him! Yeah, guys. You guys big slapper. God damn. Shit, bitches! Fuck. Daddy, that one was weird. Like, I couldn't really perceive that one. Do you guys want to do some jigsaw puzzles before we head out? Do you guys want to do one more? Because I was going to do, like, a single poop. Does anybody want to do jigsaw puzzles before we go? Before we say goodbye? Don't mind me and my broken English. That's fine, Yoda. I won't call you those things again. You know, we have like 20 different names for you, so honestly, that's what I call you. Oh my god. What is this?
The beatboxing train goes.
You gotta find a way to make it say boots and cats. Boots and cats. Yeah, boots and cats. Where are these dingalings? Why y'all not standing together? Get him! Fatom Fluffy! Whoa! Oh my god, it's disgusting actually. You guys are disgusting. God damn, it's just the whole domain's exploding. I literally just run around the room and click on buttons. I like do nothing that entire time.
Daddy_scream, you mean like this? Boots and cats, 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 boots and cats.
10 out of 10. Boots and cats. I love that shit. Very silly. Alright, there we go. All the raisons is done. Oh, man. Alright, what did I need for my Miko? Thank you, Jargon. Thank you. Thank you, Yoda. I don't even know if you guys actually needed that domain or if you were just doing it for shits and gigs. I know Jargon always needs stuff, but did you have Rizan? Alright, I'm in multiplayer.
Daddy_screamed bomb has been planted.
在这里找到。
Bomb has been defused.
Woo! Was getting a little bit dicey there. God damn. I wonder where Jargon is. Your ears are sticking out. Before anything else, I could see the pink ears. That is a different fox boy? Oh, okay. Let me go stand at the top and see. Oh, what's this? Oh! There's Jargon. Jargon was a sweet flower all along. Oh my god. Did I just murder him?
Daddy underscore screamed
Ah! I like that one. Man, text-to-speech is so fun. Fishing? I don't need to fishing. You got your first 3-star in level 9 spiral? Nice! Do you guys know that if you break all the pots on this island, you'll spawn an enemy? So you have to go around, you have to break. I think it's all the pots, or it's like most of the pots. And then I think he spawns... Does he spawn here? He either spawns here or right in front of the domain. I can't remember now. But yeah, congrats, Roxy. I think it's quite exciting when you like reach those milestones. Oh.
You hurrah, you hurrah, you.
That one's Yoda's favorite.
You hurrah, you hurrah. Daddy underscore stream. You hurrah.
That's because I have the two different ones. Damn, Yoda, that was long. I have the two different ones. There's the exclamation TTS, and then there's the points one. Yeah. There's a little bit of chaos when it's like that. Alright, so I need 7. Do you guys want to do puzzles? Do you want to do puzzles? Yes or no? You can combine them, yes. That was good, yeah. It was an interesting spin on a classic. We're gonna triple crown this girlie today. Okay, so 12 of those boys. Nice. Got him. Alright. Triple crowning. I still need to get around to finishing off Nahida when eventually I get enough boss materials. But for now, this is my 3rd character at Triple Crown. So my other characters that are triple crowned would be...
Daddy underscore screamed this.
That's so well done. I love that. Very nicely done, Daddy. Yeah, so those are my 3 triple crown babies. And those are my mains. If someone asks me, who do you main? It's these babies. We also have a fake triple crown over here, which is Tartoogles. Because he's technically 10-10-10. He should be 11-10-10 though. But in any case. My babies. And then the next baby to be triple crowned is this girlie. Have they got a talent reference for her yet? Okay, it's the order I'm going anyway. But let me go convert. You're having too much fun, Daddy? It is this one, right? Yeah, it's puppet strings. And then... because then I can go level that. Boy!
Daddy underscore screamed boots and cats 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 boots and cats.
So good. Alright, so yeah, next reset, next time. This is what we'll be doing. I can't wait to triple crown her. I've been waiting, but unfortunately I do have to wait for the weekly boss kills, so you know. Brian says fuck all. He can't read. He can't read, his son. He's not multilingual, you see. That's the problem. Alright guys, I am gonna set up the puzzles now. I need the loo. Because I drank a lot of liquids today. And I have been streaming for just over 5 hours now and I haven't had a toilet break. So definitely it means Tato, you're amazing. Oh! Alright, let me get those jigsaw puzzles going. And then while you guys do that, I'm gonna have a toilet break. But if you need to go to the loo as well, if you need to grab a drink or a snack or something, go do that. You're in a league game? Oh my goodness, Hassan. Unbelievable. Can't believe you've done this. It's fine. You can join whenever. That's a weird one. Let's see. No! Mistakes were made. I'll also put on some Genshin music just so we aren't sitting like in dead silence. How much do I hate you guys tonight? Listen, I always like the food ones. This is a cute one though. Let's do this one. And then we put on the Genshin music. That opens to my YouTube. Sis. Oh, that actually reminds me. I need to add my YouTube into like a timed message. So that people can follow me there, and the TikToks. We're gonna have the Sumeru one, because I fucking love the Sumeru loop playlist, thank you. It's a little bit loud. We want it to be chilled background music, yeah? How fucking beautiful is this shit? Damn. Fucking love it. So good. Alright. Oh, fuck. There we go. Tell me this isn't the best fucking soundtrack. I will fight you. We go outside now. I will fight you. Okay, I'm gonna be right back, guys. What's going on here? This puzzle's not done, guys. Where's my edges? At least you have the corners this time. Where's my edges, though? Guys. Where's my edges? How? How are you doing this puzzle? You didn't do the edges. Give me peace. In my heart, in my soul. Where are my edges? Yo. Yo. You're the edgelord? Oh, thank you. It's me, I'm the edgelord. I'm here to finish all the edges. Can't believe you guys. What is a rule number 1? When you make the puzzles, do the corners. Rule number 2, the edges. Number 3, do the rest. the rest of the puzzle. No, I'm joking. I just like giving you guys shit about that. Almost done. Oh yeah, her son hasn't been able to because he's busy. He's busy playing League. Oh, am I grabbing someone's pieces here? I wish I had the power to like grab someone's hand and then hold it still. I think that would be so funny. I'm just trying my luck here, to be fair. Is this more of a... like a disc piece. Yeah. Yeah. Ayo! Nice. I was looking for that piece. I just couldn't find it. My eyes were just like, nah, son. This piece doesn't exist. And I was like, debatable. I think I do. But you know. Okay. That all looks like it's on top of the woman's head. Have we figured out where her head is? There we go. They're friends. Ayo. They need another friend, I think. I don't know where exactly. Oh, there. Oh, I stole someone's piece. Oh, I'm just stealing pieces now because it keeps on, like... That's a... Cool. Man, I need to sneeze. No! I hate that. Whoever did that. I hate it. How far apart are her eyes? Where is this piece? There we go. There we go. Where is this? Ah! I skis, I'm stealing someone. Look at the fucking... the name. I both love and hate that at the same time. Ooh. We might only have time for one puzzle, actually. Who's this cheeky bugger? Huh? Go smack you. Gonna beat you. Who's this? Hey! I'll ban whoever these sneaky fingers are. I'll ban them. I need to get up in a bit and go prepare for load shedding. Oh, that did not look like it fit there. I'm just gonna say that now. Whoops. This music is so beautiful, man. All the colors. Ah! Right size, right shape, not right pattern. Oops. Nope. This one's down here. Yeah. Uh-oh! I stole someone's pieces, sorry. I'm trying to see where this fits. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I just keep stealing everyone's pieces. I'm like, no, this must go here, right? Oh, shit. Sorry, guys. Every time I put the piece down, it would like suck up another piece. And I'm just like, what the fuck's going on? Because it would make the clicking noise, but then I'd lift it immediately afterwards and it picked up another piece. I was like, how the fuck? Do you mean one more puzzle? I can't though. I can't. I have my power's going out, unfortunately. But shall we do this in the beginning of stream again? Are we gonna make that a thing again? Puzzles in the beginning? Yo, the yellow one's cuck though. The yellow one is well and truly cuck. I need to go boil the kettle. Oh, this one's here. You guys are like little worker bees. It's so cute, man. Just gonna put you in my pocket. What? Okay, let me go put the kettle on. I say and continue to sort pieces. Yeah, unfortunately, because of load shedding, I do need to skedaddle. Okay, this better be done by the time I come back. Hello? Was that you? What? What's going on here? I'm gonna ban your hand. Wow, what you doing? What you doing that you deserve a ban? Confess. Also, why is this not done, guys? I said this better be done by the time I come back. I come back and it's not done. How embarrassing for you guys, you know? Not for me. Surely not for me. It's not embarrassing for me. Surely not. Does red need some help? There's a lot of people in blue. Let me go. Wait. Whoa! Shit! Doggone, you still here? Damn, homie. You done did bean here, sir. Are you doing that to distract? Because it's working. Wait. That's not the piece I picked up. Thank you for the bubbles, hearts, balloons, confettis. Tato slow. What the fuck? Y'all slow. Listen, hey. Shame. How shame?
2 hours later.
How shame? Why you spam? What is this? Okay, let's go help Blue at the bottom there.
2 hours later.
Hey! Are you just gonna go refund yourself for all of those? Hey yo. Hey yo. It's fine, just put it in all the places. You guys are straight Newman right now. God damn. There's so many hands in here, I can't see what's going on. Hey! Is this for me? Oh, you guys are so sweet. Bless you. Stop it! Stop it!
2 hours later.
Why slow again? Very nicely done, everyone. Look at this. This is a beautiful one. I really like this one, just because of the bright colors. Why slow indeed? Oh my god. I'm going to give you guys a 1,000-piece puzzle next time. You hope for a world without load shedding? Oh, Hassan, we would sit and play. We would make puzzles the whole night. Alright, guys. Let me get us ready to go raid somebody. Some people. Because, yeah, I need to skedoodle. I just opened Twitch to go find someone to raid, and then I forgot it's on my stream, but this is fine. Let's see. There's someone I haven't had the chance to raid before. So I think we're gonna head on over there. Reminding you that you need to go crochet. Oh shit! No! They just went offline! Oh, my sadness is immeasurable and my day is ruined. Now I need to go find someone else to raid. Gonna be honest, there's not a lot of people. Does anyone have any recommendations? Any friends of the channel? Is it Jargon? Jargon, are you streaming now? Do you want to raid? Hey there, kid. Want to raid? Want to buy a raid? Want some drugs? No, I'm joking. Grim Pixie isn't Roxy, because I clicked on her and she was immediately offline, and I'm just like, damn it. So yeah. Any new puzzles? I mean, we just finished a puzzle. I am Royal Blue. Okay, we can check them out. I don't know them. Alright. Yeah, I clicked on Grim because I was gonna raid her, and then when it went to her page, it's showing offline, and I was like, no! But the alternative would have been that I set up the raid sooner, and then it broke. It broke, did it? Oh yeah? Ryan? Oh, plays a lot of Genshin Impact. Yeah. There's new people. Sweet. Yeah. Seems nice. Alright, so let's set up that Wade. Thanks, Yoda. Is that someone that you know? Helps if you spell that correctly. And this one. You like the puzzle? I want to try and do that a little bit more. I just need to get around to actually doing it. I see Jargon's going through the redeems currently. Anyway, yeah. Let's hit it. Is that going to the right person? It is! Alright, guys, grab that raid message. We're gonna go give some love to I Am Royal Blue. Currently playing Genshin Impact. Looks like they're playing with Ito. Very nice. Tanya knows them. Met them a few days ago. Very cool people. Oh, fantastic. That's all I need to hear. As long as it's cool people. As long as it's cool people. Oh, they're taking pictures? Oh, they're doing the event at the moment. Okay, perfect. C6 child impact. Bark. Okay, guys. Grab that raid message. Let's go give some love. And yeah, I will see you guys tomorrow. We're doing VTuber stream tomorrow, playing Pokemon in the mountain. And yeah, I mean, there's not much to it, I guess. I will see you guys tomorrow. Have a wonderful day and or evening, wherever you are in the world. Please take care of yourselves. Make sure you eat something good. Hydrate before you dehydrate, please. I don't care if you're drinking coffee, tea, whatever. Just have some liquid, please. Alright, guys. Yes, let's go. I'll see you. Bye. Whiskey? I mean, I'll let it slide, Ben. Just because you're in the mountains and it's cold. You can have whiskey. It's okay. Bye, guys. There, and there.